Are you ready?
Ready for what? What are we doing?
Shh. They can hear you. And hello, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready? Are you ready for a live stream tonight? Ready to do this? Ready to have some fun? Tonight we're going to be doing some question and answer, Dungeon Master question and answer. You can talk about D&D in general if you like, if you feel like it. But Dungeons and Dragons, Dungeon Master crap is really my jam, so that's what I do around here. And so question and answer for a couple of hours, and then we're going to be doing some random encounter table creation. We're going to do a level 17 through 20 random encounter table. So that'll be the second part of the stream tonight. But the rules for, it's not actually showing there right now. The rules for asking questions is throw hashtag all question into the chat, throw your question over, and I got a bunch of moderators here kicking around that will throw them into a spreadsheet, and we will get to your questions. Spamming probably won't help you very much. Just gonna throw that out there for you. So basically, I have a special treat for you guys tonight. If you've watched my channel for a while, you may have heard me talk about my friend John. I have had my friend John on a couple of videos that we did back in the day, longer videos. And tonight he's gonna come on with me for the Q&A, and he's gonna help answer questions with me tonight. So without further ado, I give you my friend John.
Hi,
Hey.
I'm John James. I've been a dungeon master since high school.
Okay. Okay.
It's a
We're gonna
formative
just
time. A
we're
lot
gonna-
of
we're
us
gonna-
start dungeon mastering.
Yeah, we're gonna
You
do the
can't
rest
have
of
exclusive
this.
claim to that.
The rest of
You
this
can't-
will happen
you
without
can't just
John.
have it, Luke. It's not all you.
I'm just gonna turn the volume off. There we go. Okay, John is gone now, guys. It's just gonna be us tonight. Oh, his brief moment of fame. All right, dude. So, yeah, there were some people. So check this out, dude. There were some people in the chat before we started. That thought you might. They heard your voice because you talked when I told you not to talk, and they thought you were Puffin Forrest. So they're either like excited that you're like not, or they're very much disappointed.
Hi everyone, this is Puffin Forest. I can't actually draw anything, so you're not going to get any animations, but maybe I'll tell some D&D stories. Disclaimer: not actually Puffin Forest. Please don't sue.
Yeah, Puffin has put his face out there a couple of times, but not very often. So yeah, some people might not have seen those videos from him, so they might actually believe you. All right, rock and roll. So we got some questions coming in. Let's see. Oh, this is a good one. John, you want to answer row 5? Check that one out from Leonis Leland.
Wait. It's not
see that
showing
one?
up for me yet. No.
You can't see that one yet?
Let me refresh.
Are you on the March 20th tab in the spreadsheet? There are different
Nope.
tabs.
I'm on the template tab.
Okay, go to the March 20th tab.
There we go. Technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Yeah, it's all right. It's his first time. First time on the live stream. We, we'll give him some slack.
All right, number 5. How do you start as a YouTuber and get views? I think the main thing is to just copy what other successful people have done. That's definitely the way to do it, I would say. That's been the key to my YouTube success.
Your YouTube success?
Yeah, I'm on a stream right now, actually. There's like a bunch of people watching it.
Yeah, how many people are watching it right now?
I have no idea.
We have no idea.
The chat's moving pretty fast, so it's got to be a bunch.
Yeah, we got like 80 people on right now. So, okay, so yeah, don't copy people for YouTube to success. That is a whole that could be a whole stream talking about that stuff, and it would only be my personal point of view on it. How do you start? You just do it. You start. You're gonna suck at first, and you have to get better, and you have to continue to learn and get better. How do you get views? That's a whole like can of worms right there. And I'm a D&D guy, and so I'm just gonna refer you to experts. Just YouTube that crap. Search that stuff on YouTube, and you'll find some people that'll talk about that stuff. Yeah, sorry, that's all I got for that question. Let's talk about some D&D stuff. All right, Witherlord 888 says, "How can you expand your campaign world, in-game sports and games, cultures, etc.?"
Interesting.
John, you want to do that one? I'm just gonna throw everything at John. I want to put him on the spot for everything.
No, there's this. I assume there's probably a few Brandon Sanderson fans in the chat here. He tends to be pretty popular among D&D fans.
I like him.
He has a podcast called Writing Excuses, and they have a bunch of episodes that are about exactly this kind of thing. Obviously, theirs are more focused on fantasy novel writing, but obviously, like D&D campaign settings creation has a pretty similar niche. So I would cede to their experience and their expertise because they're way better at it than I am. I grab a book off the shelf and use theirs.
Yeah, good. Okay, so Brandon Sanderson. He's the dude. Isn't he the dude that like took over for Jordan when he left his series incomplete for us? Yeah. Okay, cool.
I haven't read any of those ones though.
They're really good. Seriously, have you read you've read none of the Wheel of Time series, like none of them?
I don't really like big long fantasy series. I like just like a book that I can read by itself and then be done with that universe forever. So
okay, cool.
The 12 book where each one is 700 pages isn't really my thing.
Aaron Heidenreich is like, "Who's this guy?" "I'm Luke. This is my channel." Like, you're one of my YouTube members, dude. You give me money every month. Like, you should know who I am. I don't understand the question. Yeah, you're gonna have to clarify that question. The other guy this way? Nope, that's the wrong way.
Wrong way.
This guy right here. This is my friend John. He and I, we kind of worked together. We used to work together until I got a different job. And then we talk about D&D and crap.
Until you got a different job, and then you were still next to me, and then they sent us all home forever. So
yeah, we're working from home now. We're all like working from home. For my entire company pretty much is working from home now. So yeah, this
is just like a work meeting now.
Exactly. Except that we have like people watching us.
Just like a work meeting.
Okay. All right. Next question. Danny Ariaba. So Danny is one of my moderators and also one of my YouTube members, and her job around here. Basically, her job is to remind us to plug the merch. So, and we have to get John a hoodie, and she spelled your name wrong too.
There's no H. I don't do the silent letter thing.
Okay, Danny, you're gonna have to do
FYI.
You're gonna have to do a second super chat and correct the spelling of his name.
Yeah, if you get me a hoodie, I'll wear it though.
Yeah, actually, she is like pushing the hoodies on like all of her friends in gaming groups. Nice. In her like Instagram, she posted a story with it was a guy, someone she knows, presumably maybe a player, wearing one of my hoodies. So if you're interested in like my merch and hoodies that say the DM Lair, and the back says I've been a dungeon master since high school. If you're interested in that crap, then there should be like a link somewhere. I think there's a pinned thing to the chat, and then maybe down below if you want to buy some merch and stuff like that. Hey, Thien, what up, dude? Thien corrected it for you.
I just made you $2 extra by dropping that silent H. So.
Oh, nice. Good job. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. I'll give you like 10%.
All right, 20 cents. Here we go.
All right, let's get some more questions here. Let's hit number 7. This is from Clam. What up, Clam? How you doing? Clam and I hung out the other night. Had a little chat. He's one of my patrons. Cody Lee just gave you $10.
Yes.
Oh, look at that.
He gave you $10.
Clam. Okay, so Clam. Well, yeah, that's true. Clam says he's $5, and Clam says, "Merch cough. Buy John a hoodie. You're welcome." Okay. Well, I think the hoodie actually. So the hoodies cost like $40. So we'll get him a sleeve. Cody Lee. Okay, Cody's got a question. Let's hit Cody's question. Then we're gonna hit Clam had a question over in our spreadsheet too. So Cody says, Cody's your friend longer than he's been my friend, John. So why don't you read this question? Yeah.
It's from Cody. I've been DMing with him for how many since high school when I started DMing. He was in my very first group, I think. Uh, some of my cringiest player moments were when he was DMing for me. So thanks for suffering through those, Cody. Why are Loxodon the coolest race in D&D? And what's your favorite thing about them? Are all the best ones named Dumbo? Well, I've
I
only
don't.
played Loxodon. They're
I
in the
have no
Ravnica
idea. No
campaign.
idea what those are. Oh, Ravnica. Oh,
The
okay.
Loxodon are Ravnican
Okay.
native species. They're elephant people, known for having a very serene countenance. Uh, and Cody's played them in two of my campaigns now. I've only been running three campaigns since fifth edition, so he's
Okay.
done it in two of them. They're both named Dumbo, which is obviously the only appropriate name for a Loxodon.
Agreed.
Uh, the coolest race and what's my favorite thing about them? Well, what I hate about them is that they're so hard to freaking knock down. I just can't kill this thing. He had a paladin, one of them. The new one, what is the new one? A druid, I think, but they get so much con, they're just impossible to hit. I guess if I were a player, that would be my favorite thing about them. But since I'm a DM, it's not.
Yeah, it sounds like something we should just ban from our games, to be
As
honest with
as a
you.
DM, I think my favorite thing
Yeah.
about them is that they encourage role playing more than a lot of the other races I've seen. Like I think playing a race that is so different, they have the big ears and the trunk and the gray skin and tusks and everything. You can't. I feel like you just have to like go into it like, oh yeah, I'm role playing. I have to pick things up with my trunk all the time and spray water out. Like it's not just like an elf where you're like, oh yeah, I've got pointy ears, and you have to really try to role play an elf. You have to remind yourself because it's. But when you're playing an elephant, you're constantly being reminded that, nope, you're an elephant guy. Do elephant stuff.
We got somebody asking who you are, John. This is my friend John. This is gonna happen the whole stream. People are
Yeah.
gonna like pop in and they're gonna be like, "Who's the guy on the left?"
Maybe you should have put that in the title or something.
Where is this? Oh, somebody.
Or
We
up
got a
on
spammer.
the
We got a
top or the
spammer.
ticker.
Hey, spammers, stop spamming. You're gonna get banned. Just throwing that out there. Okay, let's hit clammed oyster had a or the clam had a depending on what name he goes by had a question. When would you use random encounters? So there are lots of different situations you might use random encounters. One of them is just like overland travel, or where you're traveling somewhere, to make the game world seem like a bigger, wider place, make things interesting. It gives you an opportunity to, what do you want to say? Use monsters that you might not otherwise use because they're not part of the main campaign arc. So, how about you, John? What do you think?
Yeah. So I used to use random encounters like all the time because I was convinced that my party was too chaotic and I couldn't predict what they were ever going to do, and I didn't want to railroad them because they would rebel against railroading so hard. So I basically just did it all the time, and it was a huge pain to always be flipping through all these charts and rolling an encounter, and then it would be too easy or too hard. So now I basically don't ever really use random encounters per se. I do like pre-built encounters, but uh, I don't know if they go off track and I'm not prepared for it. I'll just like pull up another encounter that's somewhere else in the book or online somewhere. I just quickly Google it. If you count that as a random encounter, then I use them
Yeah.
basically again whenever they go somewhere unexpected.
So
Whenever
it's
they
a,
go off the rails a little bit.
so it's a way for you to just like give them something to do because you weren't anticipating them going a certain place.
Yeah, and I mean it's not like
Okay.
every time they like, oh, you went somewhere I didn't expect. Here's another fight.
Yeah, yeah.
But you want a decent, like D&D is a combat based role playing game. So
Yep.
if you don't give them any combat just because they went somewhere you didn't expect, I don't think you're fulfilling most people's desire. Some people play it just for the role playing, and if your campaign's like that, then that's totally
You
fine. But
you're about to trigger me, man, because you're referring to social interactions. That's role playing. Combat's role playing too. The whole game's role playing. It's the world's greatest role playing game. All
they're
right.
very different kinds of role playing, though. If we're being honest,
Yeah. Agreed. Agreed. Yes,
like
that's true.
you say a lie, like when you do a social encounter and you're taking a check, like you're expected to do that stuff. Usually, you're not just like, okay, I lie to him, bluff check.
Sure.
Okay, he
Yeah.
doesn't believe it. But that's
Correct.
exactly what you do in combat. I don't make you swing your sword around before I tell you whether
That would be
you can roll
fun,
your
though,
dice or
dude.
not.
That
Yeah,
would be fun.
that's a separate thing, and it's called LARPing, and it is fun.
That's a good point. All right. Sweet. Let's keep moving on. We have a super chat from Doctors. Thank you, sir, for the $5. I appreciate that. He has a question. Andrew is apparently what I was like. I was telling everybody that people are going to keep on asking who this person. That's the wrong way. Who this person is. Like it's cool, Andrew. Like you gave me the opportunity to tell everybody who he is. So we'll just keep. This is my friend John. I'm going to keep pointing the wrong way. This is the problem, dude. Like on the screen.
I did it right the first time.
For me, it's that way, but like people see it that way. So this is going to be backwards all night. Anyway, his question is, he has a session 0 tomorrow that should. So I have a session 0 tomorrow that I should have prepared.
What should I have prepared?
Oh, what should I have prepared? Also, I was that guy in Danny's story. Oh, cool. What up, dude? I remember. He's got the hoodie. Are you wearing the hoodie right now? What should I have prepared for a session 0? Okay, so the too long didn't read or didn't listen answer is I have an entire video on my channel called Session 0. You can go watch that. It's going to go over the main stuff for a session 0. John, what's 2 things you think you would cover in a session 0?
I think you want your players to know what they're doing in the campaign so that they can think about their characters' motives for being there. And I think second one would be any of the important history that they might want to tie their backstory into that set up the campaign.
Yeah, that's good. So what did I do? What are some of the things I did in session 0? Well, we were supposed to create our characters together. Most of my players showed up with their characters already created, and they just had a couple things to do. So if I generally try to I like to, especially if you have new players or players that haven't done it before, having a session 0 where you create your characters together could be a good opportunity. The other thing too is I don't know if you said this, but if there's any important information about the campaign, stuff that they should know, like about the game world or about the city and stuff like that, I'm going to tell them that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. We're going to cover things like, what are some of the rules of the table, so to speak? You know what I mean? What are people comfortable with, not comfortable with? What are your expectations from the game? We'll just talk about stuff like that. So yeah, that's some high level stuff for you. That'll get you going. Go watch the video, dude. All right, Thien has a question. He says, since you primarily do games on Roll20 and over online, any advice for doing games online? I have all of today and tomorrow morning to learn how to run online games for tomorrow. YouTube videos, dude. Watch YouTube videos about how to do things with Roll20. Taking 20 has a bunch of videos on his channel for how to use Roll20, dynamic lighting, the whole shebang. So watch tutorials. You got to read up on that crap and then play around in it. You got to open it up and you got to start putting stuff in there to get used to that virtual tabletop thing.
If you're doing one tomorrow and you don't have any experience on Roll20 yet, I would recommend not bothering with dynamic lighting yet, though.
That's a good point. You might.
I would maybe do a theater of the mind for tomorrow's because I think it takes. Yes. So disclosure, I haven't actually run a game online since Google Wave was a thing, if any of you remember that one. So it's been a while, but it takes a very different kind of prep work to do online campaigns. So I would do theater of the mind if I were you, if you've got one going tomorrow, and then prepare, take some of those videos and get your maps built and everything for the next one maybe.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree. We're giving them some cat cam action right now. They were running around a little bit. I thought I'd pull that up real quick. Yeah, I agree. If you're doing it tomorrow, it takes way longer than you got to actually get ready for that. So yeah. Oh, I don't know how to say that name. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Top Hat Alpaca.
Alpaca.
Alpaca. Oh, Top Hat Alpaca. Oh, cool. Oh, Thien's throwing some more money. Thien is one of our local money bags. He's gonna nickel and dime us with super chats tonight. Oh, also told you I'd be here today. Okay, thanks, dude. He's here today. Nice. Appreciate the $2, buddy. Let's get some more questions here. Witherlord says Luke just got box cammed. I don't even know what that means. What does box cammed mean? John, you know what that means?
I assume he's probably referencing the little picture-in-picture thing where the cat cam normally is. When you switch to the cat cam, you go down there.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Yeah.
That's my guess.
Okay, cool. Okay, Witherlord says, what's your biggest DM mistake? John?
I think it's been a very consistent mistake I've made across many campaigns, and it's not um, giving my players a good reason to be in the campaign before they made their characters. I like to like
Mm.
surprise them with, "Oh, you're all prisoners together, and this is your prison thing, or you're all asked to do this thing," and they always end up just like, "Well, I'm role playing, and my character just wants out of this, so he's just not going to do it." And I've done it over and over again.
Yeah, yeah, totally. Oh man, Finn Armstrong says he doesn't like you, dude.
Sorry, Finn.
Sorry, Finn. Just look at me. Look at my. Just like focus in on my face, and you'll be good. Yeah. So what's my biggest DM mistake? Saying no when I should have asked for clarification. Like a player once wanted to jam a door shut, and I was just like, no, you can't do that. And we moved on. And then afterwards, I was like, Luke, you're such a stupid idiot. Like what I should have said is, how do you jam the door shut? And prompted him to explain to me how he would do it. And he might have given me something that was totally plausible and doable, and I would have been like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But instead I just said no. And so most of the time, most of the DM things that I regret, honestly, are the times I say no when I should have been like asking for clarification or explanation for my players. Mason K is in the house. Keith Sato. Oh, I forgot to read all the people's names. Dave the Snail. AJ Silver Radio, what up, dude? I always like to read names. I forgot to do that tonight. Man, that sucks. Call Cthulhu's in the house. That's awesome. Barking Cricket, what up? How did D&D is here? Cool. We got Thien, of course. Thien is here. Of course. He sent me a super chat to remind me that he was here. It looks like he just sent another one, too. We'll have to go look at that. Philip Ketchup, what up, dude? Jeremy Bench, hello. How you doing, man? Let's see. Oh, of course, Danny Ariaga's here, of course. She is my resident merch plugger reminder person. Terrace Johnson, what up, dude? Cool, awesome. Lots of folks around here. That's awesome. John, you probably don't watch my live streams, but I usually like to read people's names. Oh, Deep Fried Butter Boy.
Been read before.
What's that?
My name's been the one read before.
Oh, has it?
I even switched accounts to my actual name account instead of my former curse word account so that you would actually be able to say it on the air.
Oh, yeah, you had some word I couldn't even, say. Deep Fried Butter Boy is here. I just wanted to point that out. I love that name. Oh, Jay Huffman. I think that's John Huffman. I think, if I remember correctly. Beth. Hey, Beth. Hello. How you doing? Jolly Cotton. Cool. Oh, Finn Armstrong says, Luke, tell John I was joking. Okay. So Finn was just joking, John. It's all good. It's all good.
That's okay.
Tax prep. So somebody's doing tax prep?
Tax.
Oh, I thought somebody was talking about.
I think they're talking to someone named Tex.
Oh, okay. Let's Thien gave us $10. Thank you, Thien. It's interesting how Thien does the whole $1.99 and then $9.99. He's got the whole little thing going on. Anyway, he says, "Hey, love the stream, but I need to go preparing for tomorrow. Here's some money for me missing the rest of the stream. Another super chat will follow with an encounter for the list." Oh, okay. Okay, dude. Well, thank you, sir, for the $10. You go get ready for your game, man. Let's see. What was the encounter? Okay, so we're gonna take that encounter. I'm gonna go put it over into the spreadsheet. So basically, let me see. Ooh, that's the wrong one. You're not supposed to see that. Close your eyes. This is our random encounter list. So we're gonna copy paste themes right here, and so we'll get to that later tonight. Apparently, I'm supposed to update Office too. We're not gonna do that right now. Thank you very much, but we'll have to do that some other time. All right, more questions. Did you see one on there, John? You like?
Yeah, I was just looking at. Well, here's an easy one. John, do you have any cats or dogs? We have one cat. Her name's Ophelia. She's gray. We also have one hissing cockroach. His name's Itchy. He's orange.
Itchy.
That's all our pets right now.
All right, awesome. Everybody knows how many cats I have. Far too many.
Do you know how many cats you have?
I have to count them. I literally. Okay, let's check this out. So I have 5 that live in the basement. There's 1 that lives upstairs, and there are 3 that are outdoor cats. 9.
Wow.
5 plus 3 plus 1. I have to add that to. I think one night I got the math wrong and I said 10, and then about 20 minutes later I figured somebody corrected me or something in the stream. It was awesome. All right, Andrew Orr says, "What is your favorite magic items?"
Uh,
What do you think?
I just I just love the deck of many things. I know it's a campaign breaker, but I just love it. It's so great. I love the random chaos.
Yeah.
Rod of Wonder if we're going a slightly less game breaking level of chaos.
Dude, I gave one of my groups the Wand of Wonder, and they refused to use it. They were like,
What?
half of the things on here are bad, half of them are good, and they're all random. And they were like, we're not touching this. The only time they used it was when the player who had the wand, he wasn't there, so somebody else was running his character, and so that's when
Wow.
they cast it because they were like, "Oh, he's not here. I'm just gonna use his wand," and they used it. I don't remember what happened. I think it actually helped them. But yeah, so
That one's fun.
I think my favorite magic item. I like the ones that are uncommon and it
Hmm.
takes ingenuity and thinking about it to use them. Like there's like a stopper bottle of fog, like unending fog. I
Oh
forget what they
yeah.
call that thing. That one, my players have used that to such good effect. John, in my Wonder Panic campaign,
Oh yeah.
you
The
you use that
flask.
ever-ending the flask or whatever it is,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, unending
What's it
water
called?
that comes out. That's super useful.
That thing is so. I've seen things that imply that that thing would basically break the economy of the entire universe. But
By being able to make like
I'll
unlimited
just
water or
I'll just
something, or
not use it. Yeah, because you could just like sell water to deserts or something.
oh yeah, totally.
Um,
Ever
but I'll
smoking
just not
bottle.
do that in this campaign so I can keep it because you'll take it away if I try to break it.
Yeah,
Uh,
you'll
as a
you'll.
My favorite one to give my players as a DM though is I always give them a bag of holding right when they start the campaign so that we never have to worry about encumbrance type crap.
Orca dude, hello. See you later, buddy. He's like, he's got to go. I
Uh,
just saw you. You stopped by. Thank you. Finn's taking off too. See you, Finn. Thanks, guys, for hanging out with us. So this is the segment of the stream too that I want to stand by. I'm standing. I standing myself by. I want to thank all of my awesome patrons and members who support the channel and make everything we do around here possible. In particular, I want to thank Beoban, Bewitched Gamer. I just hung out with her the other night. We had like a one-on-one consultation. That was super cool. Clammed Oyster, Celestea, Ironlord 79, Joe M, Joe Doe 1025, Joseph H, Kurt Y, Malkuth. My cats are screwing around in the box right now. Mr. Lemon Pie, Patrick C, Sophia W, Son of a Sofa Man, Theen, Theta Tag, and Yokai. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I do appreciate all of that stuff that you guys do. And also, as a reminder, too, like if you're interested in supporting the channel, the content that we create around here, there are links down in the description to the Patreon, my Patreon page, where you can check that stuff out and all the different perks and benefits. And there should be a join button down below near the, what do you want to call it? The subscribe button on the channel page as well. So you can read like the different benefits you get. We do things like you get access to like a VIP Discord channel server, no, not server, channel, and then what else we got? You can vote on video ideas. Some of the benefits are like one-on-one hangouts with me. Oh, we have monthly voice chat hangouts and stuff. So there's lots of cool stuff we do, so you guys can all check that out. Oh, I wanted to go to the cat cam. One of my cats is going nuts in the box right now. Look at this guy. Oh,
oh man, I heard him. I didn't know we had audio on the cat cam.
well, it goes over my microphone that's like right here. Oh, that's so awesome.
Do you throw some catnip in there to get him
Oh.
extra feisty, or is that just natural?
I mean, I do have cat treats. Look at this. Oh, look at this.
Oh, here they come.
Check this out. Here they come. All right. Come on. There, that should get. You're either gonna get a bunch of cats or you're gonna get two fat cats. Because I can see like some of my cats aren't coming over. They're like over on the couch just looking at us. All right, sweet. Let's pick another question out. John, anyone on here you like?
Let's see. What are your favorite house rules? Luke and I have talked a lot about house rules at work lately.
Yes, we
Um,
have.
I think probably my number one favorite one is getting rid of inspiration and replacing it with luck points, is what we've been calling them. Basically, inspiration has the problem where you have to use it in advance and you can only have one. So you end up just saving it forever because you don't want to waste it. And then maybe you use it during a boss battle, but in
Mm.
between there's no other opportunity to reward you because there's no bonus XP or anything like that for extra role playing. So we switched it out to luck points in Luke's campaign that I'm in at work, and then I've started using it in my campaigns as well, where for any basically you can spend luck points 1 for 1 to increase your d20 dice rolls before you find out if they pass or
Mm.
not. So you can't just be like, oh, I was only 1 short, now I bump it up by 1. You have to know ahead of time how much you want to bump it by. But
Yeah.
that's been working really well for us. It gives us a much better incentive, and people actually use them because they get bigger quantities of them and they get them more often because there's not a cap. And
Yeah.
worst it
Hmm.
can do is turn a miss into a hit, so it's not going to break your game.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The luck points are huge. Like all of my groups love the luck points. I have a video on my channel called like top 10 home brew rules or some top 10 house rules or something. I talk about that. I talk about the luck points. I talk about some other ones. What else? One of the house rules that I like a lot too is in between combat rounds, I give my players about a minute to discuss tactics and stuff. And the advantage of that is that you don't ideally they're not discussing tactics after every single person's turn, and it'll speed combat up by allowing them to discuss tactics at once and then executing the plan too. And I think they appreciate being able to talk things over without me pressuring them to hurry up. So all right, next question. It looks like Artificial Squid has a question. Is a game with 2 players and 1 GM still fun in your opinion? I've had lots of fun with like small groups like that. I haven't done them too often, but when I have, I think I've had fun. What do you think, John?
Yeah, I had one that I did that way when we first started 5th edition to kind of get up to speed on how the system works. It was just a very temporary kind of 1 arc campaign, and it was a blast. You're able to spend a lot more time on each character's backstory, and they can, I don't know, I just find it a lot easier for them to build in ways to have connections and everything, and it's easier for you to use those. Like obviously, just like the more people you add, the less time each person's going to get to shine. So it gives you an opportunity to really tell a deeper story with each character.
Yeah, you might want to consider doing things like having some NPCs to help them if they need it or something. You know what I mean? When I'm a player, I love using 2 characters. I love playing 2 characters because it's more interesting for me. So if that's something your players are interested in too, you might consider that. But it could totally be lots of fun for sure. I wouldn't steer away from that by any means. All right, you pick one, John.
I just saw one come up in the feed here. Oh yeah, have you ever improvised an entire session when you didn't have time to plan? Ha, yeah, for like 15 years.
Dude, you guys, this is hilarious because when John and I first met and knew each Dungeons and Dragons and started talking about Dungeons and Dragons, correct me if I'm wrong, John, but you were telling me that the majority of what you did was improvising most of the stuff, right?
Yeah, I would write down a few notes of here's probably what's going to happen, 2 sentence notes, if that.
Yeah, and then for whatever reason, we started talking, and I'm like the polar opposite. So oh, by the way, Natalie Spain, I think, was asking who you are. This is my friend John, Natalie.
Hi.
I talk about him in some of my videos. I'll be like,
Hi.
oh, my friend
I'm John
John
James. I've been a DM since high school.
We talked about that intro, dude. What did we say about that intro?
That it's accurate and true.
Okay.
You don't have an exclusive claim.
So anyway, what I was saying, before your rude,
you interrupted it yourself by asking who I was.
So he and I are opposites in some regards because what do you want to say? I'm an over prepper. I prep the crap out of game sessions. I'm super prepared, and he's just winging crap over here. So when we, for whatever reason, when we started talking, you started to shift a little bit more into the preparing stuff. So from your point of view, why did you feel like you were shifting into preparing stuff more?
Well, it was the philosophy that what you prepare doesn't have to be based on a prepared trigger. You talked about, we talked earlier about random encounters, and so random encounter doesn't necessarily mean I have to roll off this chart right in front of my players right now. It could just mean I have 5 encounters that don't have a specific place in this setting, that if they go somewhere that I didn't expect, I can just drop one of them on them. So that kind of approach made me realize, like, oh wait, I can prepare stuff and not have to be scrambling around flipping through books, having really boring encounters with only one type of monster because I didn't plan ahead enough,
Mhm.
and still let them have all that freedom. Because like I said, my players rebelled against Rails real hard.
Yeah.
If they got the slightest hint that they were being forced into something, they would go screaming the other direction. But they don't know, and this is
Mhm.
what you told me, they
Yeah.
don't know what I had planned already or not. So just because they get into an encounter, they run halfway across the world and go into a dungeon. Oh, suddenly the dungeon that I had planned for you here is now that dungeon. You never knew. You didn't go there.
Yeah, yeah, totally. This is interesting because like and I said this before, I've never had players who just ignore my plot hooks. Like because a
Mm-hmm.
lot of people will give me questions and they'll be like, "Luke, how do you get players to follow your plot hooks? Like what do you do and stuff?" And like it's hard for me to answer those questions because I've never encountered that problem and had to solve it. Like I'll just give them a plot hook and they'll just be like, "Okay, we go do the thing that we're supposed to go do." So either I'm a genius, probably not, or like I just have good players, and I suspect that I think I just
Yeah.
knocked your players though with that
Well,
comment.
so hi Cody.
Hi, Cody.
um, I think we go for different things when we run our campaigns though. Like you post like looking for group stuff out in local game stores or
Yeah,
online or whatever.
yeah,
Whereas my players are all people I know in real life, hang out with all the time. It's more of a social experience for all of us. We're just like friends hanging out basically. And so for them, being able to just like go off and do whatever is the more interesting part. And they're not particularly invested in the D&D part of it or the adventure part of it.
right.
They just wanted an excuse to hang out together and it gets something on our calendar.
Yeah, totally. Whereas, like what you said, I get gamers from like game shops. Most of my gamers, the people I play with, were strangers to start off with, and I get them from game shops and stuff. And like they want to play D&D, so to them it's less. It's not a casual experience. It's like I'm here to play D&D, and the dungeon master just gave us a plot hook, and so we're gonna go off and do it. So that's a really good point. Just the types of people that we generally have in our games. So
Yeah. Plus, like you've played with me as a player, I'm a pretty chaotic player, so I'm sure that that comes through even when I'm trying to plan something.
I love how you like we'll have it in like my style of when there's monsters that come into the room. I don't usually have them attack right off the bat. I give you guys an opportunity to talk to them a little bit. And like every single time you're trying to talk your way out of the combat and you're just like, we should be friends and all this kind of stuff. And I'm just sitting there, I'm just like, I'm so gonna attack you.
And that's why we started the Fantasy United Nations.
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing in the Wonder Panda campaign. That's
We
awesome.
have an entire we have like an entire subplot of this campaign and based solely on the fact that we talk things about out instead of just fighting immediately.
Yeah, totally. So Jeremy Benj says, now this hasn't happened to me yet, but I'm concerned
Totally concerned.
concerned that my rogue assassin tries to kill some of the other players. How do I stop this from happening?
You
All
tell them
right.
you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, that's yeah, absolutely. You tell them there is no PvP in my games. You don't attack other players.
That
There
needs to
are
be stopped up front right away before it even tries to happen.
yeah.
Nothing
Why
that causes feel bad like that.
exactly.
Unless everyone's in on it. If everyone wants that, then
Mhm.
that's a different situation. But if you're concerned, that's probably already not where you're at.
Yeah, 100%. And like what John's alluding to is group dynamics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like players attacking other players, players stealing other players' stuff. Like this can cause legitimate problems outside of the game, around the game table, and you can have players getting pissed off at each other, okay? And like legitimately leaving the game and stuff over arguments like that. So if your group isn't cool with that stuff, and it sounds like your group probably isn't because you're, like John was saying, you're already concerned about it, then that's probably something to like stop right out of the gate. And it's like, so this is like one of the few instances where I will actually not give my players agency over this sort of thing. I'll interfere with their agency because I value the group and the group dynamics more than I value your freedom to do some wang rod bullcrap that's going to screw the group over. You know what I mean? So I draw a pretty hard line on that sort of thing for the most part.
Although you did let us rob Giomi that one time.
But Giomi was asking for it.
He definitely was asking for it.
And the thing with Giomi is I know him as a player. He's Joe. Joe's been on my channel a couple times too. Joe, he's a good natured sort of guy, and he is intentionally causing trouble in that game. And so he knows he's asking for
Trouble's
it.
a bit of an understatement for
Yes.
multiple apocalypses.
That's true, but he takes it good. he takes it well, So I think it's okay.
He definitely deserved it though.
He deserved it. He so deserved it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's grab some more. We got crap loads of holy crap, dude! We're almost at 100 questions on the spreadsheet,
Wow.
and we're not even close to getting any of these done. Let's
Find
take
a bunch
of
of yes or no questions we can just bang out.
Do it. Hit them.
Are there any yes or no questions here?
Oh, I don't know.
That would be a bad. Honestly, I wouldn't ask us yes or no questions on a feed anyway.
Yeah. Okay, let's go down to the bottom of the sheet though and work our way up so that we get some of the more recent questions. Okay. And let's do number 6.
Here's the very bottom one. I'm going with
okay.
this one. Dumbest way one of your players died. So we were playing
that,
high level.
That was from. Okay, I'm sorry, John. I didn't give you a proper.
No, go ahead. I can't. I have my monitor set, so I can't actually see the name and the question at the same time. So hop in.
Yeah. We need to. So like John, it's first time, but we want to make sure we mention the person's name, for their question. That way they can have like a brief moment on the stream, or whatever. So, DM Torres asked this question. All right, dumbest way one of your players died. Rock.
All right, so I had a player. We were playing a high level. It was like maybe level 14 or something, but very high magic, and he started off with the Vorpal sword. You probably already know where this is going. Very first encounter of the game.
Natural 1.
The first roll after initiative. He goes first on initiative. He gets into combat. He goes to swing. Nat 1. And this was 3-5, so you rolled a hit against yourself to confirm the crit, or to confirm the miss before you damage yourself. So it wasn't just a straight fumble. Okay. Nat 20 is the hit against himself. Heads himself in the first swing. And none of the party had any way to heal him. I think he was the healer too, so that was it. He just had to roll a new character right there. First roll of the first encounter.
That's beautiful. I can't top that, so we're just gonna leave it there. Well done. Number 69 in the sheet is from Shane McNamara. He says, "How can I avoid railroading in a one-shot?" That my gut's gonna tell me you really can't. Like if
I'm going to disagree with you.
Well, hold on. You let me justify. Let me justify myself.
All right,
first.
Go for it.
Okay. All right. So, if you have a one shot, you have like basically 4 hours to run a game. So you're going to give them a plot hook for something they're going to resolve, and like that's the thing that they're going to run. Like I don't know how to get around that, But apparently John has a better answer. So go for it.
Based on your own one shots that you designed.
Okay, that's a good point. Okay,
what's the one? No, not Into the Darkness. What's that latest one that you showed me?
Yeah. Dang, what is the name of that one?
The dwarves and the demons or whatever.
I'm gonna find it real quick. It's on my drive-through RPG page.
Yeah, but that one is designed in a way that it's open-ended. I think they have to collect 2 keys or whatever, and there's 3 possible keys in there, and there's different groups that are all kind of interbattling each other within this dungeon. And they can go encounter whichever one they want first. And when they encounter that one will be like, hey, there's this. You can maybe the details better than me probably because I just read it and you wrote it.
Yeah.
But the one group is like, hey, I want you to go assassinate this vampire dude. And you get to the vampire dude and he's like, hey, these other guys are giving me some hassle. Go take them out and I'll give you this thing. And so they're pitting you against them and you have to pick sides. And it's totally not railroaded at all. There's 3 different ways. Like there's 3 different factions and you could just kill all 3 of them if you want. You could join one against the other 2, whatever. If I played that one as a player, I would not feel railroaded at all.
Yeah, that's so. Like I linked it by the way in the chat, guys. It's called Demons Below. It's one of the things I published. You're right. My counter to your counter is that's how all of my adventures are. Like that adventure is you have a certain objective and you have a certain place to go, right? But it's a situation. You have the freedom to resolve it however you want. Any game I run is kind of the same way. Like you're going to go into a dungeon and there's going to be bad guys in there. You don't have to kill them all. You might be able to figure out a different way to resolve that. The example you gave has a little bit more freedom than I do a lot of times, but it's still like. In my opinion, railroading is not when you give them a certain adventure to do. Railroading is when there is only one solution to that adventure, and they have to do a specific thing, and if they don't do that specific thing, they fail. And so
yeah, exactly. That's why this is not railroading.
Right, exactly. I think
we're on the same page. How can I avoid railroading in a one shot by not forcing a specific solution to anything really? And even puzzles like as a
Uh-huh.
DM, I've done puzzles where I'm like, here's the one solution. They'll never figure it out. And then they never figure it out. And it's the most boring puzzle ever.
Right.
And sometimes you hear better answers from them talking it through than you even thought of, and they don't know the answer yet. So you can switch it in the middle and they'll never know.
Dude, I have created puzzles before where I did not have a solution. And I literally my game plan going into the puzzle was I'm just going to listen to the players, and if they have a good idea and they try that good idea, it might work. Or it might not work the first time, and then they have to think about it again, and they'll come up with a second idea, and that might work or not. But eventually, one of the things they try, I'm like, okay, that's cool, we'll have that work. Like, you got part of it is almost like gauging the table, and if they're all excited and they're trying to figure it out, you're just kind of keep it going, keep the scene going. But once you can see that they're kind of over the moment and they're just like, okay, it's time to solve this stupid puzzle, that's when you want to have it work, because then they're going to be like, yeah, they're going to be all excited because they just solved that stupid puzzle, and then it's going to feel like a victory to them. You know what I mean? So some of that is like the whole idea of cultivating the game experience.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Let's hit another one here. Dun, 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 dun. I don't even know what that means.
We're going
Answer.
where we
Go
can
ahead.
up from there. What is your favorite gaming snack?
Okay. Yeah, do that one.
Uh, do liquids count as a snack, or does it have to be a solid?
That liquids are fine.
Beer, definitely
Beer.
beer.
Yeah, I like.
That's
I
one of
like.
the main reasons I always play at home. It's just a
Mm.
totally different experience for me if you can crack open a cold one with the boys.
You're probably not supposed to do this, but like one of my players would frequently bring me like a Slurpee cup or something to the game store, and there may or may not have been an unauthorized beverage within that.
I mean, a game store would not be the worst place I've slipped unauthorized beverages into.
I mean, that's fair. Yeah, but technically, you're not supposed to do that. So don't do that,
Fair enough.
people. That's bad. I do not approve of that stuff at all.
Check with your local game store for their rules regarding adult beverages on the premises.
Yes, absolutely. Leonis Lielan says, "How do you find gamers at work?"
So when we first started the campaign, I think we started it because I joined the team and Luke DM'd, and I found out, and I was like, "Hey, you should DM here because I want to play D&D more." And then we coerced three of our coworkers into also playing, and then two of them eventually left.
Yeah.
One stayed and has become a real D&D player now.
Yes.
And then
She is.
after that, you took, I think Joe was in from the beginning too, right? So
Yep.
you had another guy who you knew there who played, and then from there it was just like, hey, I hear this guy plays. We have an opening.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. That's how you do it. You just talk to people and you pull them in, and then as people leave, you find new people to replace them.
And you put a bunch of nerdy stuff up at your desk so everyone knows who to talk to with their nerd stuff, and then you get a good
Yes.
sense of who's out there.
Yeah, totally. Nithrius, thank you, sir, for becoming a Wormling Dragon. I appreciate the support. Please make sure, Nithrius, to send me a direct message over on Discord so I can get you hooked up with your benefits. So you'll get some cool crap for that. I appreciate the support. All right, let's see. Jeremy Benj says, "What was the best moment in your sessions so far?" I think I answered this exact question on my last Q&A, so I'm going to let John answer it today.
Oh man, that's such a big question.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to answer it.
And it has to be one that I can actually talk about on the stream because it's adult content.
Oh, geez, yeah, careful there.
Well, so I'll just go with my most recent campaign. I have just, it's a culmination of moments, but we're playing an Acquisitions Incorporated kind of group. So they're trying to make money, make a name for themselves, and they're just like out grabbing random adventures here and there to try to find. They're low level, like level 2 right now, so they're just trying to make their name, and they like run into this guy who's like part of this shadow organization of the government who tells them, hey, these bad guys are out there trying to overthrow the government. And my party, sensing Rails, is like, okay, let's go investigate these guys and see if we can join them to overthrow the government with them. And so then they start going in through the bad guys dungeon, and then they like find like, oh wait, the bad guys are like actually bad people too. They're not just like a bunch of happy-go-lucky little rebels who are just going to overthrow the government and bring peace and prosperity to the land. They're like torturing people and stuff.
Yeah.
And so they're suddenly like, well, wait, we don't like these guys either. Who are we going to like now? They like left. They found an NPC who was like in the next to the torture chamber, who was like just being held prisoner to coerce her rich husband into working with them.
Yeah.
So they busted her out and just left halfway through the dungeon with her to go try to extort her for some money so they could start making more money for their
Wow.
thing. And so it was just hilarious. I love it.
Yeah, dude, I love running Acquisition Incorporated types of games. Like Acq Inc. games are lots of fun. And like I did a video on it, but they solve like a lot of the traditional problems I feel of that dungeon masters often run into, and like the hack that you and I came up with, like I'll copyright it probably, but the hack that you and I came up with was basically taking bunches of modules, different modules, and then if the party is at level 4, you just grab level 4 adventures from like 3 different modules, and then you offer those options to your players for what they want to do next. Because it's an Acq Inc. game, they're taking missions, they're taking contracts, and getting paid for it, or getting other rewards. And then whichever one they pick, you go off and you prepare that adventure, and then they go on that adventure, and it gives them lots of, you can present your players with choices, they can choose the one they want to do, and you go off and prepare it. And then if they never want to do the other two, well, you don't lose anything because you never went and prepared it. You just, you know what I mean? So it was like, it's really cool. I love that idea. It's working really well for me.
What I really like about that too is it introduces opportunity cost. So normally in a D&D campaign, you have like one main arc and you're like, hey, here's the next thing that I want you to go do, whatever, barkeep, NPC, whatever is their quest giver is saying that. Yeah. But in this one, when you choose not to rescue the kid in the forest because his parents aren't paying enough and go for this other investigation instead, what happens to the kid in the forest? He dies.
Yeah.
His parents are upset. Maybe they come back and want you to investigate his death. Later, maybe they go out and say, hey, these guys wouldn't take my quest, don't hire them. Like there's actual cost to not doing things too, so it gives you like another kind of an economy, a social economy that you can play with.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I love that crap. It's awesome. All right, let's keep grabbing some questions here. This will be a fast one. Kat, I can't even say your name. It's row 61. I don't know. How do you come up with names for NPCs and places? I'm having a lot of trouble with that. Random name generators online, dude. Like seriously. I go to it's like fantasygenerators.com or something, and I just boom, there it is. I don't mess around with that.
It depends for me whether it's like, if it's a one-off NPC, then yeah, totally just gonna steal something from a book I'm reading, do a fantasy name generator, whatever. But if it's an important NPC, I actually like to give them more meaningful names. I enjoy it, so I do way too much work actually. But what I'll usually do for important NPCs is like think about their character, think about their role in the campaign, think about their origin, and like start looking up like root words in languages that are connected to that. Like if they're a seer type, they might have a name that refers to maybe like Thea or Cassandra or something from like Greek myth, some famous seers, but not so obvious and on the nose that your players will get it. But I always like to have little Easter eggs like that hidden in the names for my main NPCs.
You're making me look like a lazy dungeon master, man.
Well, this is what I do instead of planning encounters.
All right, cool. Well, there's another take on it. That sounds really cool. What else did I have here? Joe M says, this is row 64. What do you think about the idea of a session pre-zero with each player? Say, do character creation and a mini one-on-one adventure with each player that ends up with them all together. Like, I've heard of people doing that, and I think conceptually it sounds really cool. I'm sure people have lots of fun doing that. And so, rock on if you want to do that. Me personally, like, if you don't have a lot of time to do that, then that is going to be your main constraint, But if you got time, I think that would be lots of fun.
Yeah, totally agree.
Oh, that's the right way.
Yep. Oh, you did it.
All right, cool. I got it. Woo!
Yeah,
right, cool.
I totally agree. It sounds like it would take a lot of time. Like if you've got 5 players, that's an extra 5 sessions you're prepping before the campaign even starts.
Yep. Yeah.
I would just, if it's worth it to you, then go for it. But for me, the question would be, is it worth it to do that, or to do 5 more campaigns that 5 more sessions that everyone gets to be in, because this planning
Yes.
isn't that much, is basically the same regardless of how many players there are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great point. Like you could have everybody, all of your players could benefit, from a game session as opposed to one of them. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's a good point. Thank you, LMN Tail, for becoming a Wormling Dragon. I appreciate supporting the channel. So like, make sure I don't even know how to LMN. Make sure you send me a private message over on my Discord server, so that I can get you hooked up with your benefits and stuff like that. There's a link to my Discord server down in the description, folks, if you want to join us over there. We talk about Dungeons and Master crap and go through cool stuff. So, yeah. Let's see here. Rick Cooper, 18, says, how much of the campaign do you plan for before you start playing with your players? So I'll go first. I have a general idea of what the campaign might entail. Like, let's say that there's a demon lord who's going to take over the world, and he has some cultists working for him. I might have some monsters that I really like or something, but I'll have a vague idea. That's really about it. And then I start planning the first adventure, and then I kind of plan as I go. I don't develop too much detail across the course of it, because I don't really know if they're actually going to like it, if they're going to go for it. They might change course and do something else. So the campaign planning, I keep very high level. All right, John.
So I've been bouncing around a lot on this because, as we mentioned a few times now, my previous campaigns for my first decade and a half of DMing were very not planned out at all and seated the pants. Lately, so then after I was convinced to try it the other way, I did what I always do when I try it the other way and go like whole hog, plan out every single thing up front. Have the little tables with all the XP and everything all written out, and I basically wrote it out like it was a published adventure, and did that a couple times for one of my, well, I did it for one whole campaign basically before it fell apart. So they got up to level 5 or so, I think. That was a lot of work and wasn't worth it in my opinion. It didn't solve a lot of the problems I was having anyway. And so then I've landed somewhere in the middle basically, where I'll plan the encounters ahead of time. I'll read through the stuff. I'll have a map that I'll reference, and I'll like think about where some of the encounters might occur, but I don't necessarily like go, okay, this one has this secret door right here, this one has this trap right here, this one has this group in it, and if they do this thing in this room, then this one doesn't trigger. I don't go through that level of detail unless it's a pre-published adventure where they already did that for me, then I'll keep it. But
yeah,
basically I try to meet somewhere in the middle where I feel like, the 80, you're familiar with the 80-20 rule. I'm sure many of your followers are too, but the philosophy that you get 80% of the effect out of 20% of the effort.
right.
And
Yep.
it's diminishing returns. The more time you spend on it, the less you're getting out of each successive drill down.
Yes.
So I try to hit it near the top, near the part where it starts flattening out there.
Yeah. Awesome. Cool. All right, let's keep moving along. Oh, by the way, Element Natal, yes, you have a green name now. Like, when you become a member to my channel, you not only do you get a green name, but you see that. So Element Natal, dude, like, I'm gonna have a hard time pronouncing your name. This is gonna be a problem. I'm just gonna call you.
It says in the chat, it's pronounced elemental.
Elemental. Oh, cool. Elemental. All right, cool. Elemental. So you see that little egg you have next to your name? That's like a little dragon inside that name. And the longer you're a member, it's going to start hatching, and then it's going to come out of the egg, and it's going to get bigger. Like, look at Danny. See Danny? Her dragon head is popping out of her shell now. And then if Joe M is here, I think he's been on here for a while, so he might have a full dragon now. But anyway, your dragon's gonna get bigger and bigger, dude. So you got that to look forward to as well. All right, cool. More questions. Let's see. I'm gonna go back. Overclock 2020. Hey, what up, dude? He says this is row 39. Hi, Luke. I just got here. Just wondering, what is your definition of a rules lawyer? So a rules lawyer, in my opinion, is not somebody who will bring up a rule or correct me if I make a mistake. A rules lawyer is someone who will bring it up, and we'll have a discussion. I'll make a ruling, and then the person keeps on arguing with you about the rule. And a lot of times, what they seek to do is they try to twist the rule. they try to twist the wording of the rule. And instead of like the spirit of the rule, they want to try to twist it to their advantage and stuff like that. It gets a little bit into power gaming, in my opinion. But that's when you've gone from just helping the DM out and reminding him what the rules are to arguing with him and trying to twist it to your own advantage. So that's kind of how I define a rules lawyer, and I hate that crap. That is so, like, check this out. I'm usually pretty chill at the game table for the most part. One of the ways to get me pissed off is if you argue with me about a rule after I've already listened to your side, considered what you're saying, and then made a decision. If you keep on arguing with me, I'm going to get angry really quick because you're bogging down the entire game to argue about a stupid rule. Everybody could be having fun, but instead you're arguing about a stupid rule in a game where there are no winners and losers. We're all there to have fun, and you want to argue about a rule. It's just the stupidest thing in the world to me. I've ranted. John, your turn.
I mean, I don't disagree with any of that. If I were to try to make a succinct definition of rules lawyer, it would be someone who put the rules in front of the fun of the game for the party, because some people that is fun, but for the whole party.
That's a good point. Some people probably get their jollies out of freaking arguing about rules and then being like, "Oh, I'm right. DM's wrong." Yeah.
I enjoy that too, but do it on Reddit. Do it in a conversation. Don't do it at the table. It's a game table. Everyone's there to play a game.
Excellent. It's beautiful. All right, cool. Jeremy Benj says, what are your thoughts on Explorer's Guide to Wildmount? I think, isn't that the one that the Critical Role book or something that they did?
Yeah, that's the new Critical Role one. I haven't gotten it yet. I haven't looked at it yet, so I don't really have any opinion yet.
Okay. I mean, it's a great marketing move. I'll tell you that. Every time they create books that deal with Critical Role, they're going to make some money. So that is a very smart move on Wizards' part. I mean, that's my business person mind thinking. You know what I mean?
I read some reviews of it that sounded pretty good.
Yeah.
The biggest complaint the review I read had is that it wasn't different enough of a setting from the default setting to really justify all of the like setting specific stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that would probably be my biggest issue with it too. If I'm buying a book like that, I want a very different feel, which is part of why I didn't happen to order that one. I ordered, like, for example, I pre-ordered the Theros book that's coming out next month, I think.
Okay.
Because that one's a totally different setting. It's got these gods so it's based on a Magic the Gathering plane.
Oh, yeah, that's why you got it too, because you're a Magic player.
Also that. But
yeah, okay.
I probably would have gotten it either way, because like I got the Acquisitions Inc. one because it was really interesting, and I got the what's that other one called, Eberron one, because it's a unique setting with this whole like post-apocalyptic thing and dinosaurs and robots and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The Theros one is probably not as different as all that, but it's got gods who have a very direct application on the plane. It's got an underworld that people travel to. It's a really cool setting. So I don't know. For me, buying the books is a bunch about setting and then a bit about player options too. My players like lots of options, and I like to let them play all kinds of weird races. So I love all the books that add tons of races. Like the Ravnica one was awesome for that.
Cool. All right, what do we got here? Wiggles has a great question here. This is great. He says, one of my players died for a mistake they made. They had already died previously for other previous mistakes. Now my players are angry with me because I won't resurrect. Am I being too harsh? Like, what do they want you to do? Like, you as the dungeon master just wave your hand and the person's alive again? Like, that's horse crap. Like, I don't care if they're angry at you. That's not your job to resurrect them because they're dying. Like, that's their job to keep their playable alive, and then to have a cleric or go pay money for a other spellcaster to raise them. Like, I don't think you're being harsh, dude. I would bail my players out the first time.
Yeah, I would. I don't know if by you won't resurrect, you mean like you're blocking their ability to resurrect? Because if that's the case, I could understand their frustration if you're making the spell not function.
Correct.
But if it's just like you're not just giving them a freebie, then I would tell them, hey, here's how much it costs to hire a cleric to cast resurrect for you. Go start making some money.
Yep. And then the player can roll up a new character in the meantime. Yeah.
Yep.
Totally. Yeah, I wouldn't block it, dude. Don't block it. Like, if they have the means to resurrect or they're willing to pay someone to do it, don't block them, because that will piss them off and they'll be like, you're just screwing us over. And they're right. So I wouldn't do that. All right, cool. Rock and roll. Let's see what we got going on here. Lafton19 says, I had started a campaign and it's getting really confusing. Should I try to build off or what should I do? Dude, I don't know exactly what's going on there. I'll just say this though. There's nothing wrong with just scrapping it and starting afresh. Like if you feel like that's the cleanest and best way to do, and then you might ask your players too, like, hey guys, are you having fun? Are you enjoying this campaign, or would you like to do something else? I think John, recently you did a similar thing because you had your little Prison Break campaign that wasn't going the way you'd planned, right?
Yeah, exactly. I had that exact thing happen. I had a campaign where I had planned out. This was the one that I like planned everything to the letter, and that's where some of my problems came from. And this was also the one I referenced earlier with the session zero thing, because I hadn't told my players what they were all doing. I just let them make whatever character they wanted. And then I got there and it's like, okay, you were all arrested and now they're coercing you to do this job. And so half of them were like, well, I hate the people that arrested me and I'm going to find the earliest opportunity to leave because I'm role playing. And that was pretty fair of them because I hadn't told them ahead of time to make a character who would go along with this. I just told them make whatever you want. But yeah, so those problems came to a head and eventually there were multiple players whose characters wanted to just leave because they weren't interested in doing the bidding of the people who had arrested them and blackmailed them basically. So I talked to my players and we basically did a soft reboot. We set it in the same plot, but broke them out of this contract with the arresters. This is on Ravnica, so it's Azorius. And basically, yeah, anyone who wanted to keep their character got to keep it, and they got to have that continuity, and anyone whose character wanted to leave could leave and make a new character. And then this time it was with the understanding that your character wants to be here and is going to go on an adventure and not try to go home anymore.
Okay, cool. All right, awesome. I just sent you a text, John. Did you get that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man. All right, cool. Let's rock and roll to the next one. Rick Cooper says, how much of the campaign do you plan for before you start playing with your players? I think I answered that already. That might be the exact same question.
Yeah, so
let's go to roll 78. Top Hat Alpaca says, what do you think of a D&D campaign where the party plays as Wizards of the Coast and make the game inside of the game? I don't know, dude. John, why don't you answer that one?
I think it would be really fun as players and really challenging as a DM, and I think D&D is not the right system for it.
Oh, interesting.
I would look for something that's designed to be played in a contemporary setting, maybe Shadowrun or something.
Yeah.
But
Good.
D&D is fantasy. You'd have to change so much. I don't think it'd be worth it to try to make it D&D.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, a different system would work better. Yeah. Okay, I think we answered that one. All right, Elemental says, anyone got tips for ways to create cool but brief descriptions, for example, during combat, to really capture the players into your story? That's something I always find really difficult. Descriptions during combat. So there's a balance because you don't want to be too descriptive of every little thing in combat because it bogs the combat down if you're describing every detail. But you do want to have a little bit of flourish. You want to describe the barbarian. Okay, so you charge forward and you hack at the guy with your axe. Awesome. Roll damage, and stuff like that. Or one of the things that I do too in combat especially is when a player has killed or reduced a monster to 0 hit points, I'll ask the player, how do you want to do this? Or I'll say, no, actually I don't say that. I say lethal or non-lethal. And that is the cue to them to tell me whether they're trying to kill it or not kill it. And then if it's lethal, I'll say, okay, would you like to describe how you kill him? And then they'll give a little description and stuff like that. So it's a combination of me as a dungeon master narrating a little bit of what's going on to a degree. Don't get too carried away because then it gets boring. And allowing my players to narrate things as well. So thoughts, John?
Yeah, I don't know. I would say read some fantasy novels. They tend to have lots of good descriptive flavor stuff. Read Magic the Gathering flavor text. You just kind of got to inundate yourself in the language of fantasy combat. Get all those words like miasma and necrotic and brackish floating around in your head, and then you can just throw those around, and it'll feel very fantasy once you get
and then I mean, some people won't know what they mean, and they'll just be like, "Oh, your DM's really smart."
That never happens to me.
No, okay. Let's see. Viper Venom says, this is row 83. What do you think about players who constantly ask the DM and other players to flavor each of their attacks, kills, and generic NPC descriptions, buying a wider scan for their merchant? Um. Okay, so like we talked a little bit about combat, so we'll skip that part. But you're talking about the last part of it says buying a water skin from a merchant. So like if you want to role play every time you go shopping, shopping is going to take you forever at the game table. It's okay to do it maybe the first time they meet like an eccentric merchant or somebody special that you had planned ahead of time, and then they can role play through it, and that could be fun the first time. The second and third and fourth and like 10th time they go back to the merchant to buy stuff, role playing it every time is gonna like take forever. So I tend to get to a point where I just hand wave the buying and I'll just tell my players, yo guys, go buy crap. But if you got something special, then you can role play through it. John?
Yeah, I agree. I would think that the sarcastic side of me wants to say give them exactly what they're asking for and let them see how horrible it is for everyone, but that's probably not the best approach. I would probably just talk to them about it and be like, honestly, I don't think that's what you want out of this game. Like you're just going to be sitting here listening to me give florid descriptions of you handing money over to someone and not get to actually play D&D. And not to mention the rest of the players likewise, they want to roll some dice probably.
Yeah,
If not,
yeah.
if not, why are they all sitting around a table playing D&D?
Correct. Yeah, there's probably some role playing game out there where you can just role play buying crap.
Yeah.
It's like some economics monopoly game or something. All right, I'm looking at row 81. This is Joe M. He says, "How do you define power gaming? I've been in groups where everyone min-maxed in 3.5 and we had fun, but I would like to hear your definition." Okay, so John, you want to take that one first?
I mean, I feel like to me it's not power gaming unless one person is way ahead of the rest of the curve. If everyone's on the same level, then it's fantastic and you just throw them harder monsters and it's all good. It's when one player has done that and the rest haven't for whatever reason, that it really bogs down the game because that player becomes untouchable, takes all the fun from the other players,
Mm-hmm.
takes all the kills from the other players, and the other players just don't get to participate as much.
Yeah, you hear that, Dalinor? That's you, dude. Yeah. So
And this is why paladins are banned.
this is why paladins are banned. I don't actually ban them, but I would love to. So for me, min maxing is not power gaming, in my opinion. I'm a min maxer when I'm a player. I don't power game though. In my opinion, power gaming is when you take min maxing and you go a little bit too far with it. For instance, you're constantly arguing with the dungeon master to get every little advantage in the game. You're like, I want to chop that rope and make that thing drop, you know, and the dungeon master's like, well, it might take a couple attacks, and you're just like, no, it should take one attack because, and then you're arguing with him trying to get every little bit of an advantage. And so that's when you go too far. And had a player like that, and it is a miserable game experience, and everybody felt a big feeling of relief when we took care of that. So yeah, that's my take on that. All right, you see one here, John, you like?
Um, I thought I just saw one, but now I forgot. Oh, I see one that's in the chat that just said "winged kobolds?" question mark. I'm not sure if that was intended to be a question that we answer or was just part of a conversation, but I have always loved winged kobolds. Kobolds. I had a character in a 3.5 campaign who was a winged kobold, and he could only fly 20 feet at a time, and then he had to rest. So it was very slow flying, but I took all the flaws and everything I had to get it at level 1, and we got to this big tower, and I had a wand of like teleport or something,
Yeah.
and got our party to skip the entire tower because I just flew up to the top
Uh-huh.
20 feet at a time and then resting, and teleported a whole party up there. And for some reason, the DM allowed it and didn't stop me, which he probably should have, but it was
Yeah,
hilarious. So
you told me this story. It was like, and then at the top of the tower, you went through some like thing that took you somewhere else, and you bypassed the whole tower. And so he gave you like half experience points for everything in the tower, and you all became like level 10 or some crap,
yeah,
or something
instantly.
crazy.
Yeah, we went from like
Yeah.
level 1 to level
Oh my
10.
gosh. I think I used that example in one of my videos because you told me it the day I was filming or something.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's crazy. I
it
don't
was
even know.
funny, but playing the
Yeah.
winged kobold was so fun because they're
Yeah.
like the winged kobolds in the fluff of in the flavor of D&D are like more of a pure bloodline from the dragons or whatever, at least in
Uh-huh.
3.5 they were. And so that he gets to be like smug and everything, but he's still just a wimpy little kobold. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
really fun play.
That's cool. Oh, let's see.
Here's
do you-
another good one at the bottom here
okay, go for
from
it.
Joe M. Would you ever make Gary the secret villain of the campaign? Well, Luke, I'd love to hear your answer.
No, I would never do that.
I'm
All
in
right.
I'm in the campaign
Next.
that Gary originates from, and he's recently become a little suspicious. So I'm interested to see the answer to that question too.
Do you mean King Gary? Are you referring to King Gary?
I believe he's still Gary the FTE. He's still our subordinate. We still pay him.
I don't think he sees it the same way. All right. Diamantorius says, my left hand just turned into a frog and is singing like Frank Sinatra. What should I do? Chop it off? Yeah, chop it off.
Yeah,
Sound good? All right,
and
there we
sell
go.
it. Yeah,
There's the answer.
make some money.
I have a moderator called Anonymous Pumpkin. Oh, that must be like a. Oh, never mind. I don't actually have a moderator called that. That's like a Google Docs thing
An
apparently.
anonymous moose, an anonymous bear.
I know. Who are those people? Who is in my spreadsheet? That's funny. Let's see here. Ninja Theory Ash Rams. That is a tricky name. I always have to pronounce that very carefully. What up, dude? Welcome to the stream, man. Let's see. Give us some more questions, guys. Throw some questions. Let's go. We're running out of questions at the bottom here.
There's questions that aren't at the bottom we could scroll up to.
Yep. Let's scroll up to some of
There's
those
a bunch
things.
here in the 30s and 40s.
All right, hit some up. Let's pick one.
What is your opinion on Dragonborn? Also got to run because it's 10 p.m. here in the UK. Well, sorry, Orca dude, that we didn't get to your question while you were still here. But I thought so when Dragonborn first came out. I think it was when I think they existed before, but they didn't become a main race until 4th edition. I hated them in 4th edition. I thought they were just the lamest edition. But I've come to grow on them, or they've come to grow on me. I actually played a Dragonborn in I was subbing for someone in one of Luke's campaigns and played a level 20 Dragonborn sorcerer, and it was super fun. I love all the elemental resistance, and I went a storm sorcerer, so I had additional elemental resistance, just dropping magic everywhere.
Sweet, yeah. Dragonborn. So like, because I'm a min-maxer, I look at Dragonborn and I'm like, you give me no benefits whatsoever to any class that I want to play. Therefore, I'm not going to play you. So that's kind of how I look at Dragonborn, because they don't. But like, if you like dragons and crap like that, and then I had one of my players played a Dragonborn Bard, and was not a good combination. It was miserable for her, and then she re-rolled I think she was a human barbarian, and she loved that crap. That's totally unrelated to your question, but there you go. That's what you get. Witherlord says, who is your favorite monster to use in D&D 5e and why? We'll blaze through that one real quick. I'm going to pick a cat, because I just saw a cat.
I don't really have a favorite. I like to always try out different stuff, but I do enjoy playing spellcasters as villains much more, because you can really tie up the players with them. They get so frustrated. It's hilarious. You want all the crap that they're always pulling on me back on them.
That's beautiful. I love doing that crap to players. In fact, most of the things that I do to my players when I'm playing the enemies are things I learned from them. All of the spells that they love to use, and I see how effective they are, I start casting them back on them. Like, I totally do that stuff, because it very quickly, it's like this ramp up of escalating war where everybody's just like, using increased deadly tactics. There was one here from Keith Sato. Says, I'm running a 4-hour charity one-shot. Any advice on best pacing the adventure? So this is probably going to be my advice for any one-shot that you run. A one-shot, define it, is an adventure that takes place in one game session that lasts roughly 4 hours. And so when you're running a one-shot, there's one big thing that you want to focus on doing, and that is giving your players, having fun, but also you want to give them a satisfying ending to the adventure. You don't want to get to the end of your 4 hours and then be like, and not have finished anything and be in the middle of it and be like, whoops, sorry guys, it's time to go. And they don't get to finish the adventure. And so what you want to do is basically, you want to have a number of scenes in your adventure. Make sure my hand's on the camera. And then you keep an eye on the clock. And as you go, if you're starting to get low on time, you take out some scenes. And then you allow them to get to the final scene so they can actually complete the adventure. That might be that some of the dungeon rooms no longer have anything in them, or they're not there. You just kind of fill in that room and with nothing. It's like there is no door to that room. They just keep on going or something like that. So that's the biggest piece of advice I can give you. Pace your adventure. cut things out if you need to, keep an eye on the clock, and then give them a satisfying ending. Thoughts, John?
Yeah, I mean, to go along the same lines, create a lot of extra stuff that's easy to pull out so that they also, because you don't want the flip side either where they solve it too quickly and get to the end and have an hour where they can't do anything. So I would just create a bunch of extra stuff that is very modular. You can place it anywhere when you need to buy some time, and you can drop it if you're short on time.
Yeah. So people in the chat are saying that Dragonborn Paladin and Dragonborn Sorcerer would work out well. I mean, that reminded me that Dragonborn don't have dark vision, and so by default, that totally rules them out as a race that I would play. I hate races without dark vision. I don't do it. I got screwed over like one of my first times playing 5th edition as a player. I was a rogue. I was a human rogue, and I didn't have dark vision. And then the party was like, "Hey, rogue!" It was a dark tunnel. They were like, "Hey, rogue, go scout ahead." And I was like, "I can't see in the dark." And I was like, "I have to carry a torch with me, revealing my position to everyone." It was like the most embarrassing moment of my life, like as a character, because I was like, "I'm the world's worst rogue. I can't see in the dark." And so it's stupid. And then that character died, and I rolled up a new rogue that could see in the dark. So I do not pick characters like
the comments are saying that Dragonborn do have dark vision. Actually,
crap. Okay,
I didn't confirm, so that's just what someone says in the chat.
Someone said that. Okay, well, I'm gonna say that in my campaigns, Dragonborns don't have dark vision. So there. So like my entire argument just got shot down. Thanks, chat. Appreciate that. Let's go to a new question. What is your favorite module by Wizards? Asked Leighton West. John?
So I've recently started running Ghosts of Salt Marsh, and I just thought it was awesome. I've only been through one of the encounters in it because I haven't done a lot of modules in general, and some of the ones I have done are third-party stuff. But Ghosts of Salt Marsh is super cool. There's tons of different villains. The fight feels really dynamic. We did the second level fight on a boat, and they've got a captain and a wizard and a bunch of little grunts running around, and it was super fun. My players were at the edge of their seats, barely surviving. So and I looked ahead to where it's going to, and it's got a lot of really interesting intrigue and some other cool horror elements on top of it. So that's probably my favorite so far.
That's awesome. Like I think like I'm not actually like running this. I kind of grab stuff from it, but I am super impressed by the adventures in Dungeon of the Mad Mage. Like it's a big, huge, massive dungeon crawl, so I don't run it as a dungeon crawl. I take the pieces of it, the levels out, and I put them as entire adventures in and of themselves. And what impresses me about that adventure is like the story behind it. There's lots of stuff going on in there. Okay, look at that. Thien has confirmed $2 to Dragonborn do not have dark vision.
He's putting his money where his mouth is, so I'm gonna go with him.
$2. All right. I mean, I could pull up D&D Beyond right now and like look it up.
I think we should keep arguing about it and see how many other people throw in to see.
Okay, that's right. So that's a very good point.
Vote with your dollars, dude.
Yes. So if anybody wants Dragonborn to have dark vision and prove me wrong, you got to top Thien. Thien's got $2. Thien's got $2 saying Dragonborn do not have dark vision.
Why wouldn't Dragonborn have dark vision anyway, though?
They're dragons.
They're dragons. It doesn't.
Oh, that's true. Okay. Well,
They should.
You guys can. I got a cat. This cat is chewing on my toe down here.
Oh, that's not even on the cat cam.
Well, he's underneath my desk. He's like under my. See right here.
See if you can twist it out to the cat cam so we can watch him chew on your toe.
Oh, that's a good point. Let's see if I can get that to work. Squeaky, go chew on my toe. Oh, he's just rubbing against it now. He's just gonna rub. There you go.
The consensus seems to be that Dragonborn do not have it in 5e, except the ones in Wildmount do.
Okay. Well, I'm looking it up. I'm Dragonborn. We're gonna find this out right here, and then I'm gonna pop us over to my desktop. Stand by. Okay, so here's Dragonborn in D&D Beyond, and we're gonna take a look here. Traits, alignment, size, speed. Oh, we just bit my toe again. There is no dark vision, guys. There is no dark vision on Dragonborns. I'm literally looking at D&D Beyond. So there we go. All right, Thien, thank you, sir, for confirming that I am right. You get like special points for that. Good job, buddy. All right, more questions. Here's a question. Hey, John, nice to meet you. What is your history with Luke? Do you DM? And if you do, who is the better DM? Ooh, that's a good one. Who is the better DM? Oh, I'll let you take that one, John.
Hi, I'm John. I've been a dungeon master since high school. Uh, Luke and I met at work. Actually, we were on the same team up until 2 weeks ago. Um, so we met. What was it? 2.5 years ago. I joined the team.
Yeah.
Luke was already on the team for a few years before that. We actually met years before that because it was the same company.
Yeah.
But we didn't really get to know each other until we were on the same team. And then Luke's definitely the better DM.
Oh,
sure.
wow. Oh, well, thank you.
I'm not going to argue that one.
I wasn't going to answer that question because it feels like it's either self-serving or it's like, what is it when you kind of put yourself down or you're like falsely humble or some bull crap? What is that called? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm blanking on the word too, but
yeah,
I get what you're saying.
That. Yeah. So
I'm not just doing it strategically though. I really think you're probably a better DM than me. You haven't played in my campaign, so you can't really speak to the other side.
That's a really good point. I've never actually seen you be a DM. That's a good point. Yeah. All right, let's see here. Some more questions going on around here. Oh, let's see. Let's jump to the bottom and see if we got some new ones. Look at this. Hey, one of my moderators marked a question as good. That means we should answer it. They haven't been doing that so far. We've just been picking random ones. So Thutmos Tour, sorry if I just slaughtered your name, says, I recently made the mistake of letting my party hire a group of 9 goblins. The party's level 4, and action economy is becoming a problem. How should I do this without just killing the goblins? All right, so what should you do about these goblins? I was reading it, I was like, kill the goblins. So I guess you want to not do that. So John, any other ideas?
So first, action economy is the problem. So I would introduce lots of bad guys fighting them. So don't just put him up against one boss and his two minions. Have him throw another. He's got 10 undead skeletons wandering around that the 9 goblins are after. Mm-hmm. They kind of duke it out amongst themselves, and it's kind of like normal anyway. I would also not spare the goblins unnecessarily. Like maybe don't go out of your way to execute them.
Yeah.
If they die, they die, and they're squishy. They're going to be dying. Get them. Some of them get caught in a fireball here and there.
Right.
Some of them just get killed by normal dice rolls. I wouldn't go out of your way to spare them either.
Yeah, totally. All right, good deal. I agree. Those are all good points. Dungeon Class says, what is your favorite edition of D&D? I love 5th edition. I'm loving this crap up. I've played 2nd edition. I played a little bit of 1st or something, or original AD&D. I can't keep them straight. Because, like, when Gygax was around, like normal people are like, this is the first one, and the second one, and the third one, and the fourth one. He's over there like, here's the expert rules set, and here's AD&D, and here's 1st edition, and you can't keep that stuff straight. So, like, I don't know what I have played and what I haven't played. But I can say that 5th edition is by far the one that I love the most. John.
Yeah, so I started with 3.5, played some AD&D after that, played a bunch of 4th edition when it came out and didn't really like it and regretted all the money I wasted on those books. And so then when 5th edition came out, I just blew it off and kept playing 3.5 for a while. And then I finally I think it was when I joined your campaign at work that I finally tried out 5e and was like, oh wow, this is actually good. 5th edition is pretty much perfect to me. It fixes all the problems I had with 3.5, and doesn't fall into any of the traps I had with 4th edition, where it didn't feel like 4th edition felt like a lot of the classes played the same.
Yep.
Like there wasn't like, this is a spell casting class and they've got this spell list, and this is a melee class and they do melee. It was just kind of, everyone's got your action surge and your daily and your encounter powers, and the only real difference is whether they deal elemental damage and what the range on them is.
Yeah, totally.
So 5th edition's where it's at for me.
Yeah, awesome.
I've seen a lot on here about video programs.
Okay.
I'm sure it's something that's on everyone's minds right now.
Yeah, good point. All right, hit it.
So I actually haven't. We've only started working from home on like this week for me, so I haven't gotten to my session yet. It'll be next week, so I've still got to figure it out with my players. But so years ago, I played one on Google Wave that was awesome and it went super well.
Mhm.
But Google Wave doesn't exist anymore, so I'm still looking too. But I know you started using Zoom for our work campaign. So how did that
Yeah.
work for you as a DM?
Spectacular. Zoom, it's ZOOM is the name of it. And it is a paid software. I pay like $15 a month for it, but it is like amazing. The video quality, the audio quality. Everybody kind of calls in. You can see their video, you can hear their audio, obviously. And so I have that on one screen. Everybody's with me on Zoom, and then if I'm using Roll20, I'll have that on the other screen, and then we'll just play there. I have been using Discord for video and audio for my Ancient Dragon campaign, but we're now shifting that over to Zoom, and it is, you guys, it's, I think Joe M is in the house. He's one of my Ancient Dragon players, and Zoom is so much better, and it'll allow us to close Discord because Discord has been using lots of CPU and crap like that sometimes, and it's been screwing us over. So yeah, so I would recommend Zoom, and if you want to do free stuff, then Discord for voice chat. Oh, so I would definitely, you guys, so like, the reason this question is coming up, I'm sure, is because like everybody's freaking out right now over this virus crap. So, and nobody wants to leave their houses and stuff, and we're all on quarantine and lockdown, and like it's a national emergency and crap like that. So, this is probably why that question is coming up.
Yeah.
I would strongly urge you, if you're playing remotely with your players, have video. You want to be able to see them and hear them. Like, most of the communication that we do as human beings is body language and looking at people. A lot of it is also hearing the tone of their voice and stuff. Only a small fraction of it actually are the words that we say to each other. So like, it's important to be able to see people and and all that good stuff. So definitely look into video, and there are free options out there. You guys can get Discord on your stinking phones. Everybody has a smartphone these days, and just use your phone's camera. And a lot of times this is funny. So John is actually using video off his phone because it's higher quality than the webcam that he has. So like, you could play D&D already with just your phones and Discord, and then you can use Roll20 if you want to, or you could just do Theater of the Mind, that's how we did it, like the other day with our Wonder Panic campaign.
Yeah,
It was awesome.
Yeah. So we were doing Theater of the Mind. I don't know. I haven't seen how that would work with the actual mini map kind of thing. I think that's the biggest challenge for teleconferencing D&D, and I've heard Roll20 is good. I haven't actually used it. I do all my campaigns in real life up until this week. So, but my campaign's also Theater of the Mind. So I don't think that'll be an issue for us. But yeah, for those who are really into the mini board and everything, Roll20 seems to be where it's at for that. I haven't used it. Luke, you've used it.
Yeah, I'm actually pulling it up right now, and I'm just going to show people. I'm just going to give you a little bit of a view of what it does here. So I'm launching one of our games right now, and so this is some beautiful type of artwork that you can do in Roll20. It's very great. Yeah, I love that. And then you could put your own maps in here, and I'm gonna go to a map that we've already done before, so I'm not revealing anything here. Let me see. Let's pull. Nope, not that one. We've already done that. Stand by. Sure, let's do this one. So this is an example of a map that I created in Dungeon Fog, and then I pulled it into Roll20, and you can set up dynamic lighting and stuff, and people can put their tokens on this map, and it works very well. It has an interface for rolling dice over here and stuff. There's a learning curve, of course, as you learn the software, but it's really good. And so instead of basically a, what do you want to call it, a gridded minis, you're going to be using the Roll20 map. My only complaint about it is that, like, when I'm using grid and minis, I can just draw the map on the grid, in front of my players really quickly and easily, and then we put all of our tokens or miniatures down. With Roll20, I have to take the extra time to create this, like, I'm not just like, drawing like stick figures and crap. I'm actually creating like maps with software and stuff so that it looks halfway decent for my players. So I have to take the time to do that. That takes time. And then I got to pull it into Roll20 and I got to get things set up. That takes time. So it definitely adds like a lot of extra time onto my session prep that I would prefer not to do. But when you're playing remotely, it definitely makes the game experience a lot better, in my opinion, to have that visual, unless you're a Theater of the Mind group, which is fun too. So All right, close that stuff and pick another question here. Barky Cricket says, as DMs, who role plays the better orc voice? What's your
we have
orc
to
voice?
orc off. We have
Let's
to
orc off. Okay, we're gonna orc off. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have an orc off, and then everybody's gonna have to vote on who they think has the better orc voice.
Someone
And
else should post the sentence we have to say.
Yes.
Next sentence to appear in the chat is what we say in orc mode.
Okay, as long as it's not a question. All right, give us an orc mode question. What's the question? What are we gonna say in orc? What are we gonna say in orc? Somebody throw something interesting down here. Let's go. We're waiting on you.
No one's saying anything.
No pressure. Okay, that's pretty good. You shall perish today. Let's do that one. Thean's been throwing us a lot of money, so we should use his sentence. All right,
here we go. I'll go first.
Okay.
You shall perish today, Umis.
You shall perish today. I probably just lost that.
Yours are Russian.
Russian orc. You shall perish today. I don't know. All right. Okay, so if you think John won, just write John in chat and press enter. If you think I won,
if you think Luke won, throw $1 super chat in.
No. Nobody's gonna do that. Just put my name. Just either John or Luke. John or Luke. Okay. Oh my gosh, you're beating me. Look. Oh. I knew I screwed it up. As soon as I did it, I was like, oh, that sucked. You know what? This is bullcrap because no. I know what's going on here. Like, I probably did a better voice, but everybody is just saying John because they want to mess with me. That's what's actually going on.
That's probably it. Yeah, you're probably right.
That's probably it. I probably did it better. All right, cool. Well, thank you for making me feel better about myself, everybody. I appreciate that. Oh, okay. Here's a good question. Rainier the Conqueror says, "What are the best methods of loot division you have seen your parties do?" So splitting up loot. How do you divvy up loot? John, thoughts?
Yeah, so this is one way I like to take the Ac Inc. approach. They have a specific role in the franchise. What's it called? Lootmonger, I think, or hordes person. That's what it is. Whose role is to manage the horde. And for me, why bother doing all the math and splitting it up? And then the monk ends up with thousands of gold that they can't use on anything because they don't even use equipment. And meanwhile, the wizard's out there turning tricks or something because they need more money to learn their spells.
Turning tricks?
Just put it all. That's usually the bard's job, but sometimes wizards dabble.
That's what Nigel does. Yeah.
But yeah, just put it all in one shared thing and I haven't had any problems. I could see some campaigns where it would happen that people would have problems, but for me, let them share it and let them divvy it up themselves and keep it all together. They don't need to dish it out all at once. Wait till they go shopping.
Yep, totally. It's a group game. So I just have a group loot list, and anytime people get anytime people get money or loot or whatever, one person writes it all down, and then when they go shopping, they divvy it up however they want. And people will ask the person that carries all the money, "Hey, is it possible that I could get 100 gold pieces to go buy some healing potions or something like that?" And then the person keeping the loot will be like, I don't know. And then there'll be a discussion of, well, how much gold do we have? Well, we have 50,000 gold, and I don't know. Do you remember that one time when Joe was trying to discuss with me, trying to work down a price? It was
Yes.
I wanted to charge him 300 gold pieces for something, and he was trying to work me down to a lower price. And you guys had 20,000 gold
At least,
that you weren't even using, and I'm just like, Joe, why are you bothering? Just pay the money. It's
That was hilarious, but we also give him a hard time anytime he tries to get any money out of it, so he probably thinks we're poor.
That's true. Yeah, but Joe asked for it. He asked for it in that game, in a way. Okay. So let's see. Danny L says, "Ever heard of a D&D setting called Mystara and the Sidhe?" Maybe it sounds familiar, but
I have not.
Nope. Okay, pass. Next.
There's a yes or no question.
That's right. That's a great yes or no question. Joseph Heading says, "My party, 7 players, is about to face their first big boss at level 6. I'm going to give them the first magic item. Should I give an item to everyone or just a few of them?" All right, John, thoughts?
Definitely not everyone. 5th edition is designed to have fewer magic items than, especially compared to 3.5 if you've ever played in that one. So if you give it to everyone, it is going to propel them way beyond what you've probably prepared for next. So I would give out 1, maybe 2 if you're feeling generous, maybe roll them randomly and maybe give them one that's useful and one that's not useful. But I would definitely not give one to everyone, especially with
Yep.
7 players.
Yep, 100% agree. There's a sidebar in Xanathar's Guide to Everything about magic items, and it literally says that the game was balanced so that it's playable without any magic items whatsoever. So if you give too many magic items out, you're definitely going to run into some issues with scaling and stuff. There's one guy who advocates for like giving out tons of magic items and stuff because game campaigns don't last very long, so you might never get a chance. So I don't think that planning for failure is a good idea. But then it's like give them a bunch of cool magic items because you don't know how long the game is going to last, and you as a dungeon master have all of these skills or resources at your disposal to make the game more challenging for them. Yes, that's true, but a lot of people run modules, and do you really want to go through and rescale every single encounter in a module because you gave out too many magic items? Like, that's a rhetorical question. The answer should be no, but I don't know. But
Plus, in 5th edition, so you can't just buy magic items like you could in 3.5. So in 3.5, money was just a means to whatever magic item they wanted. In 5th edition, the only way to really get the magic items without like going into other house rules and stuff is to just find them randomly, and it keeps them special when you get them infrequently.
Exactly.
Once you start handing out 7 magic items after beating a boss, they instantly lose their specialness and they just become more equipment. And I think that's you just lose out on the excitement of, oh, here's a magic item. What is it? Who's going to use it? How are we going to...
Yes.
If we got a subpar magic item and someone's going to switch to an equipment they're not as good with, or someone's going to use something or have to, take extra skills to be able to use... Skills is the wrong word, but, take the training to use the item because it's better, because they're rare and they need to use what they have. But when there's a lot, it just doesn't have that feeling anymore.
Yeah, totally agree. So, like, in our game, what level are you guys, the Wonder Panda game? You guys are level 6 now? And how many magic items do you guys even have?
Oh, I don't know. I have 3 myself.
You have 3?
But
crap.
They're all dumb ones. There's the decanter of endless water. There's Heward's handy spice pouch.
Yes.
And then the robe of useful things, which is actually useful, but it's not a traditional magic item that makes. It's more like a big bag of loot that is in a weird robe instead of something that changes the encounter. But otherwise, like, someone's got, one of them has like 1 sword, one of them has magic arrows, and a bracers. So we have probably just over 1 per person average.
Yeah, and you guys are still at the level. You're level 6, so you're still... Most of the game you've been playing so far is the low levels, where I'm going to give you magic items that are not super useful, You're getting to the point, though, where you're going to start getting some more useful ones, maybe, if I feel like it. All right, next question.
Here's one I like that I saw, Road 98.
Okay.
If you were in charge of writing 6th edition, what changes would you make from 5th edition?
Okay. You want me to go first?
Yeah.
None.
I asked it, so.
Don't sink and give us a 6th edition. Stop talking about that bullcrap. There's nothing wrong with 5th edition. I love 5th edition. Okay, but we all know that what's going to happen is, after Wizard has like published enough 5th edition stuff, they're going to basically do some like calculations, sales, forecasting and stuff, and they're going to make a business decision that says sales for 5th edition has reached its peak. And now, if we want to start making the money again, we got to make a 6th edition. This is a sales cycle. It's a gaming cycle. So there will be one, and they're going to have actual reasons for doing it to try to appeal to all of us. But it's probably going to come down to money, in my opinion, because like 5th edition is awesome. Like, why would you want to change this crap?
I'm not as cynical as you about it. Like, when they made 4th edition, I didn't like it, and I just kept playing 3.5, and you can do that. And even while I was playing, after 4th edition came out, I was still playing a campaign that was AD&D. Like, your old books never stop existing unless you get rid of them. So you can keep them forever. But 3.5 got to a point where, like, there were infinite combos where you could get literally infinite stats.
Yes.
And that kind of thing happens. The more books you have, it creates exponentially more interactions with the other books. So creating a new edition is a way for them to redo things in a way that you can still keep playing the old way if you want, because the old books are still there. But if you want something new, you can go to the new books.
Yeah, but you know what's going to happen? I guarantee you what's going to happen is that, when they come out with the 6th edition, D&D Beyond is going to change over their entire rule set to 6th edition, and then everybody who's invested in the 5th edition books, well, no, you know what? They would anger so many people if they cut off your access to 5th edition.
We don't really especially have a since you're buying for them. That, so I don't know.
Yeah, especially since you're buying them.
I mean, if we look at Wizards' other products, like Wizards Magic Online, is their online for Magic, and it's still going. It's like from the 90s, and it looks like it's from the 90s. And they have a new one now called Arena that looks much newer and cleaner and everything, but they still have Magic Online going. So I don't know if they necessarily lose it, especially if there's a lot of players with an investment. But anyway, to get back to the question, if I were I would change very little if I were working on, well, I guess there's 2 routes I would go. If we're talking about, like, if the real question is what would you want to fix in 5th edition, my answer to that would be fix the monk and the rogue to make the, or not rogue, the rogue's fine.
Rogue's good.
The ranger to make them more playable, and make the paladin less over. I don't want to call them necessarily overpowered, but they pose a problem for DMs where they make everyone pass their saves and are really hard to take out.
Yes.
It doesn't necessarily make them overpowered, but it makes them not fun for the rest of the party. A lot of times it takes away some of the DM's ability to do things. So I would fix those.
I mean, like, so paladin players in my games are probably not going to want to hear this or know this, but my solution to that is if the paladin's giving everybody a +5 to their saves, guess what? The enemy's DCs just got a little bit higher, So yeah. People aren't gonna like that. You're invalidating the paladin build. You're I'd be like, well, okay, whatever, dude. Just be angry at me.
But if I were then to answer the question a different way, though, if we were writing 6th edition in a way that we wanted to create something like a really different experience for players, so that they would want to buy new books instead of keep using their old books, in that case, I think what I would do is focus on the digital and make it a really good digital experience where you can seamlessly play it online without having to upload maps and draw shading and everything. I don't know exactly what that would look like, but that would be my number one priority if I were to make a new edition.
Dude, that is the next step for D&D Beyond. Like, I just recently, like about a week ago or 2, got access to everything on D&D Beyond. I bought it, by the way. It's like $500. Goodbye. But so far, I'm loving it. It's amazing. But the one thing that it's missing is the virtual tabletop experience. Being able to put the map there and run it there. So I don't got to screw with Roll20 or Fantasy Grounds. Like, I'm not necessarily like interested in putting people out of business, but holy crap, how awesome would it be to have all of the game rules and information in D&D Beyond and also have the virtual tabletop experience? That would just be fantastic. So I think that's the next step for them, and especially if they want to entice more and more people to buy their software and pay for all the content on there,
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, cool. Next question. Terrace Johnson says, this is number 107. How do you feel about weapons or items that grow with the character? For example, a mimic sword. My quick answer on that is sure, it sounds cool. I don't think I've ever done it before, but yeah, rock on.
Yeah, I've tried to design a bunch of them, and it tends, so I don't know, it's hard. They're really hard to design. They're hard to balance. It's just hard to make something that scales with them and stays useful. And then it also discourages them from needing new things, which is one of the few tools the DM has to compel them to do things. So
yeah,
I'm not huge on them anymore after having tried them a number of times.
That's a good point. Yeah, I've never tried them, so all I can say is like, dude, if you want, but that's a really good point. Let me see.
Oh, here, let me do 108.
Okay.
So I'm going to branch off a little bit because I haven't actually gone against a Tarrasque. So the question is, what was your first experience with a Tarrasque? But I'm going to go with something else because it's close enough. My players were fighting, I think it was like a big T-Rex or something, but comparable. And they was way over where they were supposed to be. And one of them let himself get swallowed by the T-Rex, took his Rod of Wonders while he was inside, taking all this acid damage and bludgeoning damage from the T-Rex's insides, and sticks one Rod of Wonder up as far as he can reach, one down as far as he can reach, and pushes the buttons on them so they can't move. Did I say Rod of Wonder? Immovable rods.
Movable rods, yeah. Okay.
And then someone else compels it forward, and it just shreds its insides. It says each one will hold up to 2,000 pounds of force, meaning poor T-Rex has no chance.
Wow. That's awesome.
It was sweet.
That's really cool. That's a situation where as a dungeon master I'd be like, that is a horse crap move, but then I would be like, but that is so cool, Yeah, that's awesome.
And I gave him a couple checks to get swallowed without getting bit, and he took a bunch of damage from it. And it was sweet, so who cares?
Yeah, that's really cool. That's
Rule
awesome.
of cool.
In that case, that's really cool for sure. So if you ever go against a Tarrasque, you get swallowed with a couple immovable rods and just trigger them. Absolutely. All right, I'm just gonna pick a random one here. Rick Cooper says, "How do you roleplay unintelligent monsters when you know everything, especially when picking targets in combat, as they wouldn't be combat strategists?" So if I'm roleplaying an animal, animals still have a low intelligence. They're not very intelligent, but animals are still intelligent enough to know to go for weaker targets, to pick people off, and to pack up and surround people. If I'm playing something like a zombie, the zombie, unless it's given orders by its commander, to do something different, is going to attack the nearest person and just keep attacking until it goes. And so it's a question of role-playing. You have to role-play them. Like, yes, you know everything. Like, lots of players have read the monster manual and have read DM material, but they still have to roleplay their character and ignore the metagame knowledge, or the meta knowledge. So I think it's the same situation.
Yeah, I find it a lot easier to roleplay unintelligent characters than to roleplay intelligent characters.
Yeah.
Like, if it's an animal, it attacks whatever's threatening it. If it's a kobold, it attacks whatever's weakest. Some of those ones are pretty straightforward. But when you have like a strategic mastermind, I'm not a strategic mastermind. I don't know how to do that.
Right. That takes a lot of thinking and planning and stuff, and maybe getting advice from other people. Yeah, that's true. That's a lot harder to do. Pick one, John.
116. Have you ever tried a pirate campaign, and what are your thoughts on pirates in D&D? So, for a long time as a player, I had a goal to make every campaign I was in a pirate campaign by requisitioning boats as fast as I could, and then just declaring us as pirates. So yes, I have, and I've loved them. And I think I brought it up in your campaign recently, Luke, because we were near an airship for a minute, and I was like, an airship, we're going to be pirates now. It's a pirate campaign.
Wait, we didn't have airships. When did you have airships?
Well, Giomi was trying to invent an airship. We were hypothetically near an airship.
Hi.
Look, you're online, Tilda. Say hi.
Hi.
All right, cool. Let's pick another question. What are your thoughts on PvP tournament style campaigns?
That I would hate.
Yeah, I can handle that one.
Yeah, go for it.
So, dude, the whole campaign is PvP. That's not. So, in my opinion, many players, one of the things that like draws players to games like Dungeons and Dragons is that it's a cooperative game session where I'm not going against other people. We're working together to play a game together and have fun together, and nobody wins and nobody loses. And so I think if you turn it into a PvP, you are losing one of the compelling reasons to play the game. And you might have some players that dig it, but you're gonna have a lot of players who don't like that and won't want to play that stuff. So it's going to depend on your players for sure. But I'd wager a guess that most players, and the game's not built. It's not built for that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The classes aren't balanced to be against each other. They're balanced to be on a team.
Yes.
Some of the classes are going to shine way more than others, and it's going to be very conditional which ones have the advantage. And I just don't think it would be a good experience for most of the players. But if that's what they want,
yeah.
But again, I would lean on. This isn't what D&D was designed for, and there's other games that are, so why not use those ones instead?
Yeah, that's a good point. If your players want to do that, get a game system that's designed for. Because you're going to have somebody like a paladin who is just going to mop everybody up, and if you have a druid at level 20, the druid is going to win every day because they have unlimited wild shapes, and you can never kill them. And so I think that's what happened in Critical Role's like grand finale for their season 1. The druid it was hands down, just beat everybody because it wasn't that hard. So, okay, we have like time for one more question, ladies and gentlemen, and then we're going to be going into our random encounter creation. So John will be leaving us after this last little question here. We're all going to be really sad, but I'm going to boot him out of here. So let's pick a good one. John, you want to pick one here that you like?
Yeah, let's see here.
How is your day going?
Let's do that one. So
Oh, don't.
I'm just joking. My days. We'll do it as a freebie.
Okay.
It's all right.
I'll give freebies.
I was stalling a second so that we could see if anyone else threw in some good ones.
Okay, yeah, we got one more question. Anybody got a good question?
It's been a whole weird week. So
yeah, it's been a weird week. Yeah, not the boot. Nico's like, don't boot him.
It's a self-imposed boot.
Yeah. All right, let's just pick one.
What do you think about owning the tavern on top of a dragon turtle that we can ride on? That sounds fun. I think there's a lot of potential for that one. It's kind of like a pirate campaign, but I would run that as an Ack Inc. campaign, and you're just like this traveling tavern that runs an adventuring business, and you go around, set up your tavern at this town, do their stuff while they drink all your wares. That'd be sweet.
So my initial thought was like I did like the idea, but now you just gave me a wonderful pitch, and I think that sounds really fun. Let's do that. Our last one is going to be let's hit Thiene's question real quick. How long do you spend preparing for sessions? My typical game session. So I have two types of games I run. I have games that I don't put a lot of time into. That's my Wonder Panic campaign. And then there are games that I put a lot of time into. Now, John is in my Wonder Panic campaign. He gets like my like Castaway DMing. The ones that I actually put time into, I would say for each game session, I probably average about 2 to 3 hours of preparation for like a 5-hour game session, roughly. It's not all spent right before the game because a lot of times I have a lot of upfront time that I spent creating the adventure. I might spend 8 to 10 hours creating one adventure from scratch, but that's all upfront. And then before it usually takes about 3 or 4 game sessions to actually get through the adventure. But I'm still prepping for about an hour and a half before each game session to refresh my memory, get things planned, tweak some stuff, and that kind of stuff. So, John?
Yeah, mine probably comes out to about the same number now. Yeah, so my usual campaign is about 2 hours, and I probably spend about 1 hour ahead of time planning for it. When I was doing 4-hour ones, which I'll probably pick up again eventually, I was probably spending, that was more like what you were talking about, where I'll plan out a whole thing at once, and then probably would be about 2 hours per 4. I think it's about 50%. My rule seems to be about 50% as long as the game is.
Yeah, that's probably about what I do, I would say. Yeah, it's probably pretty average. All right, cool. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for Q&A for tonight. We're going to go into our random encounter creation table thingy. We're going to do levels 17 through 20 tonight. So what we're going to do is first of all, we're going to, say thank you to John, and then we are going to I'll take an intermission break because I got to use the bathroom. And when we come back, we will be doing random encounter creation, a table for us all. So, John, thank you, sir, for hanging out and answering some questions.
Hi, everyone. I've been a DM since high school.
No, you know what? I'm going to go back and edit out every part in this video where you
It's okay.
said
they all saw it.
No, I'm going to pay
There's
them.
89 people watching right now, and they all saw it.
No. Okay, you're
going to have to copyright that phrase.
You're screwing up my whole thing. Like, that's all I have. Like that's my thing. That I'm a dungeon master since high school, dude.
You should have picked a different thing, I guess. You should have been more original.
Okay, you know what? You have outlived your welcome on this stream, sir.
I'm waiting for you to just kick me off. I just want you to do it in mid-sentence, but
oh, you want me to just kick you off in mid-sentence? I'll just disconnect.
I was setting you up, but I didn't get a chance to tell you to do it.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm ready to boot you.
Look, Strongest Peon says he's been a DM since high school. Natalie Spain's been a DM since high school.
This is ridiculous. Like you guys, it's not cool. I'm booting you. Hold on, I got to figure out how to do it. I can't even.
My friend Cody was on earlier. He's been a DM since high school.
Okay, stand by. This is it. Okay, here we go. More. Remove. All right.
I'm still here.
Crap! I got his video. I got to get his audio now. He can still talk.
Crimson's been a DM since high school. Terrace has been a DM since law school. I think that one wins.
All right. Bye-bye. Woo. All right. End meeting for all. And then let's go to an actual view. Okay. All right, cool. I'm going to throw up an intermission screen, guys. and we are going to be back a little bit to do our random encounter creation. So, and I'll get some music going. We need some music. So, where is my music? Here we go. Ready? Music. Where's the intermission screen? Whee! All right, you guys ready to do this? Ready to rock and roll? Let me turn the music off. Stand by. Where is the music? Where's the music? Stop the music. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is we're gonna do some random encounter creation together. So we're gonna make a level. Oh, you know what? I forgot to change my ticker text. Stand by. I gotta change what the text says down below. I always forget to do this. I should do this like before the intermission is over, but I totally forgot to do that. So bear with me a moment while I get that set up. All right, cool. There. Now that's running again. Rock and roll. Danny Ariaga, what are you saying down there? Thien, buy a hoodie before you stop spending money. It's getting cold. Danny's trying to plug the merch. All right, Thien. So if you want a hoodie that says like the DM Lair on the front, and then I've been a Dungeon Master since high school on the back, there is a link. There should be like a merchandise thing somewhere around here that you can check out on this page somewhere on my channel below the video or something like that. You know, if you want to check that stuff out, dude. So yeah, check that out, man. Elemental says it's summer. It's approaching summer. You need a hoodie. Yes, you need hoodies. Natalie Spain's on with the hoodies. Natalie probably has a hoodie. Hey, Wayne Bowser, what up, dude? He says it's getting warm in Michigan, and I won't stop spending money. Dude, it is getting warm in Michigan. Like, it is getting really nice out, man. It's like spring. I need to, like, yeah, I feel like it's spring. Joe M, hello, level 20. Players encounter a waking Tarrasque. Woo! All right, Joe. Joe's kicking off the adventure or the encounter creation already. So let's get hopping on that. Let's start creating some stuff. So what we have going on, stand by. Give me a hot second here. Let me get my thingy bobber up here for you. Oh, I gotta change something else. Stand by. Let's get this going on. There we go. I'm gonna pop that over there. We'll change that. I'm gonna toss that over there. All right, cool. And then pull that up. Awesome. There we go. Cool. So this is our spreadsheet right here for creating our adventure together. Adventure. We're not creating an adventure. We're creating random encounters. So level 17 through 20, random encounters. All right, guys, give me some ideas. Let's do it. Bam! Throw me some ideas here. Level 17 through 20. So these are high-level encounters. And Joe M has already got one. He says, the players encounter a waking Tarask. So that's, you know what? We're going to make that. You guys hear that? One of my cats is, that's probably not appropriate to talk about on stream. We're going to make that our level 99 through, or 99 through 100. If you roll a 99 or 100 on this table, that's what you encounter. So we're going to say, the group encounters a waking Tarask. Is that how you spell Tarask? Oh my gosh, that cat's annoying the crap out of me. I feel like that's not spelled properly. How do you spell Tarask? That's not spelled properly. That's going to annoy me. Tarask? There we go. So that's how you spell it. Tarask, right there. All right, so it's got 2 R's. Where'd that go? It's got 2 R's. I'm a horrible speller. Let's go back to that. Okay, I think I have it properly now. So there we go. All right, the group encounters a waking Tarask. All right, thanks, Joe. You got it. Oh, by the way, Theen, I think it was Theen. He gave us some money too to make this an encounter. So it says the PCs are surrounded by 2 adult black dragons who demand the PC's service in retrieving a magic item for them. If they refuse, death. So let's look up adult blue dragons. Hold on a second. Let's see what level. Adult blue dragon. Let's see what level they are. I want to just see if this is like a level appropriate encounter. How badly this is. So a blue dragon, adult blue dragon is a CR 16. So let's go over here. We're gonna balance stuff for like a level 18 roughly. Whoops. So there are 4 characters, level 18, and there are 2 CR6s. And that's deadly. That's just a little bit above the deadly threshold. That's okay to me. I think that's fine. At that level, players will be fine handling that. So, all right, more ideas. More ideas. Hashtag encounter. What we were doing last time too, guys, is like everybody was like copy pasting their idea, and then when I was like next encounter, everybody would just like paste it really quick into the chat, and so it was like it turned into a little copy paste game. That was pretty fun. Wayne Bowser Jr. says a group of 4 dragon turtles try to be ninja. Can talk to them. I don't know what that means. 4 dragon turtles. Well, what? 4 dragon turtles, dude? I don't know about that, buddy. Dragon turtle is pretty powerful. Dragon turtle. Let's see what level that is. Oh, by the way, you guys, if you can tell me the CR of the monsters that you suggest, that would be very, very helpful. Tell me the CR, the challenge rating of the monsters. So a dragon turtle is level 17. So 4 dragon turtles is way too powerful. They're gonna a mated pair. If you have 2 of them, I could see 2 of them for sure. One of them. Let's just do 1 dragon turtle. And remember, guys, we also want to. What do you want to call it? What's that word? Non-combat stuff. We want non-combat encounters as well. Nico Prisco, dude, the last stream, you guys were totally copy-pasting. You guys were not fast-typing. It was insane. I'd be like, next idea, and then everybody would be like, I'd have like 50 things at a time to pick from. I started rolling dice, too, to pick can't talk. To pick which one we were going to do. We're going to do 1 dragon turtle. 1 dragon turtle. I'm trying to find stuff. There we go. Yeah. The group encounters a dragon turtle. Okay. You guys, this is another thing, too. We need to put some context around these things. Like, if we just create a random encounter table that just has, like, monsters and names of monsters, that's like not going to be super interesting for dungeon masters. We want to put some context around these. We want to make it interesting. We want to make it fun. Like I can go anywhere and just get like some monsters to throw into a battle or something. But if I have some context, some interesting situations and stuff, that's going to be so much more fun for my games. All right, Thien, see you later, dude. Thanks for hanging out with us, buddy. 80 goblins. But what's the context? I need some context there. I don't want just simple stuff. I want fun stuff. I'm gonna be a little discerning here. Don't just throw me numbers of monsters. Okay, cool. That's good. Ed Robinson, that's a good idea. So this is what I'm looking for. So Ed Robinson is a great example here. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. So this is what I'm talking about. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so we can see this a little bit better. I wish this would go away. Stop it. So Ed says, the PCs encounter a unicorn gazing near a pond, CR5. While they are there, a flock of wyverns swoop down to attack the creature, seeking revenge for a previous slight. Okay, so we have an average of 6 CR6s. So if we punch this in, let's punch this in here. So if I have 6 CR6s, that's a hard encounter. So that's not too bad. Okay, perfect. That's excellent. Thank you, sir. All right, what else we got? Finn's idea is hilarious. Where is Finn's idea? Cameron says Finn has a good idea. Finn says a gold dragon got his head stuck inside a wall when he was chasing some gnolls. Okay, that's funny. All right, you got it, Finn. Boom. Awesome. Let's look up gold dragon. Is gold dragon in the monster manual? That sounds gold dragon. Okay, now what the question is this an adult gold dragon, or we could probably go with like an adult gold dragon. It could be an ancient gold dragon. The gold dragons are good, so they're probably not gonna fight it. He gets its head stuck in a wall. How does it get its head stuck in the wall? I have no idea. We're gonna say an adult gold dragon. There you go. Got its head stuck in the wall. I don't know how you explain that to your players, but I'll just leave that for the dungeon master who uses it. Finn's like, I win. Yay. Awesome. Mistfit ND says the characters encounter a demigod who asks them to burn a nest of green dragon wormlings. Ooh. And then you can... So, that's not bad. That's pretty cool. What's the name of the demigod? Give me some names for the demigod. If the PCs do it sometime later in the campaign, the ancient green dragon mother tracks them down for revenge. And it's just going to be like 1d4 plus 1 green dragon wormlings, because that's like super easy. Jack. Oh, that's a good idea. Well, Mist Fate has a good one. Valiafalar. The reason that's a good name is that I can't pronounce it, and all good fantasy names are not pronounceable. So that's the name of the dragon. All right. More ideas. We're gonna crack through this. Remember, if we get our work done early, we'll do some more Q&A, and we won't have John. It'll just be me. You'll have to deal with my answers. Mustafa Ahmed says, a group of Kenku mimes that will attack the party if they refuse to play charades with them. What's the monster? A Kenku mime? Where is that from? I need to know what source book that's from. Actually, I could probably look that up. Does it even come up here? Like, I need a stat block. We need stat blocks. I need to know what the CR is of that. That's just a race. I don't have a stat block for that. Mime? Yeah. I need some sort of a monster stat block for that. For that to really work for an encounter, kind of. There's gotta be a stat block for Kenku or something. Elemental, see you later, buddy. Thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for becoming a member too. Really appreciate supporting the channel, dude. You rock. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. You know what I want to do? I have nuts right here. I want to eat these nuts. But then I'm going to be like, trying to talk and stuff. Commoners. Oh, okay. Commoners. Kenku commoners. All right, so that's great. Where was it? Where was his thing? Blind sight. I'm going to copy this. I don't even know what a mime is. Are those the people that don't talk? Oh, those are the people that don't talk. They usually wear like the face paint and they don't talk. Okay, cool. Got it. I'm not very cultured. So we'll say a group of 1d6 plus 2 Kenku mimes. We'll say commoners. Want to play a game of charades with the PCs. If they refuse, the mimes open doors in the air and walk away with sad faces. All right, they're not gonna attack. they're like, they pull it aside and then they just have these big sad faces and then walk away. That's awesome. All right, cool. More ideas. Please do not spam your comments. You're getting a timeout. Do not spam like that, dude. Put user in timeout. Boom. Timed out. Don't do crazy spamming, okay? All right, next idea. When I say like next idea, so like if I say next idea and you have something I didn't use, you're welcome to copy paste a previous idea fresh so that I see it. But don't copy the same idea 4 times in a row, one after the other. That will get you timed out, and I will not use your idea. Okay? So please don't do that. All right, here's some more ideas. The Muse Man. The group encounter is a contemplating ancient red dragon on what to do with his life other than killing and hoarding on treasures. Ask the party on their advice. Good, I like it. That is great. That's the sort of interesting stuff we want to be doing, you know? Now the players might attack him to get the loot. So the group encounters a contemplating ancient red dragon. Okay, an ancient red dragon encounters an ancient red dragon contemplating an ancient red dragon sitting on its treasure hoard, contemplating what to do with its life other than killing and hoarding treasure. What's the name of the dragon? What is the name of the dragon? And then we'll say, she asks the party their advice. Excellent. I need a name of the dragon. Named something. What's the name? Noki. Okay, we'll go with Noki. Oh, Elrin the Bearded. Hans. Goliarchia. Krindar. Slathbog. Ooh, Slathbog sounds pretty cool. I like that one. All right, we're going to go with Slathbog. Slathbog something. Slathbog the what? Slathbog the what? The something. We got to put some sort of like adjective after its name. Treasure hoard. I spelled it wrong? Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. I'm a bad speller. I'm the world's worst speller around here. Totally. The red. The thinker, the hungry. I don't know. Nokia. I don't know. The bearded. We're just gonna say Slathbog the bearded. All right, next. Next. The terrible. Danny's laughing at Danny. What did Danny say? Oh, Danny L says, keep it PG-13, Luke. Okay, sorry, dude. Yeah, I said XXX. That was my variable. It was like my filler thing. There we go. Now we got some copy pasting going on. Let's see. Oh, cool. So it's Andrew Ladhani says, and sorry if I mispronounce names. I'm not a good name pronouncer. I'm probably going to mess that up a lot. The PCs encounter 2 Ice Devils, CR14. Okay, hold on. Let's check that out. So we got 2 CR14. That's hard. What if we had 3 of them? What would 3 look like? Deadly. Ooh. 2 is probably good. Let's say 2 of them. 2 Ice Devils chasing after a low level group of adventurers. A low level group of 1d4 plus 1 adventurers. We're just gonna say they are thugs, scouts, and apprentices. Those are some stat blocks that the DM can use. Who are wounded and shouting for help. If the PCs help, the adventurers give them gold. How much gold? How much gold would they give them? Let's say 2d10 times 10 gold. That's too little. 2d10 times 100 gold. What could that come out to? What's 2d10? That could be 20. That could be up to 2,000 gold. That's not too bad. That's pretty good. All right, cool. Let's go with that. All right, next idea. Next new idea. Ooh, Tutmors Noor says, we haven't done a whole lot of... We've done some combat, but here's a good idea for combat. We could just have hungry Ramarazes attack the party. All right, cool. Let's throw some Ramarazes in here. 1d4 hungry Ramarazes, CR11. So if we have a CR11, and yep, that's probably pretty balanced. All right, cool. Attack the party. Ambush. Ambush. Ambush the party. Burrowing out of their hidden positions under the ground, because Ramarazes have a burrow speed. That is not how you spell burrowing. Burrowing. There we go. If one consumes a creature, it leaves the encounter. When a Remoraz, I can't spell that stuff. Remoraz swallows a PC, it turns and leaves the encounter, burrowing, I'm going to spell it wrong again, burrowing underground, where it can consume its meal in peace. There we go. So it grabs somebody, eats it, and then burrows underground, and then the players can't beat on it and stuff. Joe just gave me a super chat. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate the $5. The Beholder encounter I wrote out. I can't copy and paste it from my phone. Moderators, can you find Joe's Beholder encounter and either copy paste it into the chat for me so that I can find it, and then we'll use his Beholder encounter. Thank you, Joe, for $5. Appreciate that. We'll get you hooked up, man. I'm looking for interesting stuff. Ooh, what does potching mean? So Joseph Henning says, a group of Eladrin. Let's put this over here. A group of Eladrin. That seems like a pretty reasonable number of them. Approach the party accusing them of poaching in their forest. Do you mean poaching? I think you mean poaching. Otherwise, I don't know what that word means. Poaching in their forest. They demand, what is it? Not repercussions. When you pay somebody back for something. Remunerations? There's a word for it. What is the word? I'm missing the word. Reparations. Reparations. They demand reparations. Or they become hostile. All right. Oh, barking! It looks like Barking Cricket pasted that for me. Come on, quit scrolling. The group encounters an insane beholder that is acting scared. The beholder begs the players to investigate and eliminate the threat. When investigated, the threat turns out to be something. It looks like we're going to get the rest of it in a... Oops. I gotta copy it. There we go. What's the rest of it? Where's the rest of it? Eladrin or elves from the Feywild. Yeah, they're in Morning King's Foes, I think. Where's the rest of Joe's encounter? Anybody? Where's the rest of his encounter? Somebody's got to like hook me up with that. Somebody find the rest of it and paste it for me. All right. While you guys are finding that and pasting it for me, I'm going to take this moment. This is the segment of this. Danny's working on it too. Okay, cool. Thanks, Danny. We don't have it all though. There's still something that we missed. Reparations. What did I say? I said preparations. Oh, whoops. Okay, that's better. Thank you. Yeah, we need the rest of that. Somebody find that for me and paste it, and then we can continue. While we're finding that, this is the segment of our stream where we thank our awesome patrons and members for supporting the channel and helping create the content around here. In particular, we're gonna thank Beoban, Bewitched Gamer, Clammed Oyster, Celestea, Iron Lord 79, Joe M, Jodo 1025, Joseph H, Kurt Y, Malkuth, Mr. Lemon Pie, Patrick C, Sophia W, Son of a Sofa Man, Thien Theta Tag, and Yokai. Thank you all for being awesome and supporting the stuff around here. That's starting to get to be a lot for me to say. A lot of people. I really appreciate that. If you guys are interested in becoming a Patreon member, there is a link in the description to my Patreon where you can see the benefits and stuff for that. And there should be a join button down near the subscribe button as well, where you can, if you click that, you'll get the information about all the benefits and stuff that you get as a member. Things like a VIP Discord channel where you get prioritized access to me. We have monthly hangouts where we just get together on voice chat and talk. You guys can vote on videos that I make and help decide the direction of the channel. Cool stuff like that. So feel free to check that out. And this is probably where Danny is going to tell me to plug my merch. So I have merch too. Did we find the rest of it? Okay, I think Barking Cricket has the rest of it. The Beholder's alternate personality, an insane Beholder mage of the same mage level as the party. Oh, we gotta flesh that out some, cause we're just gonna say Archmage. Like, if we just make it an Archmage, because the party's level 17 to 20, we already pretty much know what their level is. Archmage, I think, is fairly high. Challenge level 12. Okay, so basically what we're going to say then is we're going to say that this is an insane Beholder mage. And we'll say Beholder able to cast the spells of an Archmage. Does that work? When investigated, the threat turns out to be the Beholder's alternate personality. An insane Beholder mage. All right. All right, cool. That works. Let's move on. I think the DM will probably have to sort out how that exactly works. There's probably some details around that, but I will leave that to the Dungeon Master to figure out. Next idea. Okay, Nico Prisco says, if you ask for encounters, can we repost one of the ones we already posted but you didn't see from the last time you asked? Yes, please. Absolutely. It is perfectly fine to repost an encounter idea when I ask for it. Don't spam it, but when I ask, and if I didn't pick your previous idea, you're welcome to repost it. 100%. You don't have to, otherwise you're going to be like being all creative and stuff like a bajillion times and I never pick it. So yeah, you can paste it again. Yeah, Danny's like merch plug. Hashtag merch plug. We're gonna go with barking cricket. Okay. This is funny. I like this. The party encounters a death knight named Luke Lightbane at the side of the road selling hoodies. Oh, that's awesome, dude. I love that. Oh, we could say like the Death Knight becomes upset if they don't buy some. Not necessarily attacking them, but he'll get upset, you know, if they don't buy any hoodies. That's really good. Danny likes that one. All right, Rainier the Conqueror. We'll see you next time, buddy. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. All right, next idea. Ooh. Okay, Finn Armstrong has an idea here that I think looks pretty interesting. Let's pop that bad boy over here. We have the PCs come across 3 green dragon eggs on a fire. Being cooked by a group of kobolds. Kobolds usually worship dragons. But they're green dragon eggs. So let's make them gold-scaled kobolds by a group of, let's say, 4d6 gold-scaled kobolds. If the players save the eggs, there will be a green dragon. There will be, we'll say, an ancient green dragon looking for them if they return the eggs. Looking for them. Looking for them, who will reward them handsomely for their return, or blame them for stealing them. For stealing the eggs. It could go either way. It'd be fun. They like rescue them and they have them. The dragon comes along and is like, "You guys all stole my eggs." It'd be some irony or something like that. That's cool. All right, next idea. Yeah, they're cooking enemy dragon eggs. Yeah, totally. Ooh, there's a mind flayer idea. Okay. Let's do this. Let's look up a mind flayer. We're gonna see what a mind flayer lich is. There? How do I do a mind flayer lich? We need a game stat block to give DMs. Mind flayer arcanist. It's a CR8, so we can do this. How many would that be? Maybe 3 of them? That's a medium. So 4 of them? That's a hard. Yeah, let's do an average of 4. So 1d4 plus 2 will be an average of 4. So we'll say a group of 1d4 plus 2 Mind Flayer Arcanists. Well, we can say liches, and we'll just say Mind Flayer Arcanist is the actual stat block they would use. Are trying to buy scrolls from a bookstore. However, no scrolls are available, and they go into a rage, tearing down the bookstore. All right, cool. Next. How close are we getting? We're almost half done. Oh my gosh, I'm such a moron. I can tell just by looking that we're at level, we're 27 to 28, that we're like about 25% done. Okay, I'm so stupid. All right. Anyway, moving on. Next one. A Mind Flayer Lich is a CR22. Really? Yeah, we'll probably do a raid at the end of the stream tonight, but you got to wait for that. It'll be like an hour and a half or so before we do that. I don't see a Mind Flayer Lich. Like, I didn't find a Mind Flayer Lich, dude. Like, it wasn't in there, but I don't know. We're going to move on to the next one. Jolly Cotton says, a PC gets shot with an arrow. That's literally it. Cool. Let's do it. In the knee. In the knee. Yeah. A PC gets shot with an arrow in the knee. That's it. That's it. I don't know where that's gonna go. Who shot them? The assailant cannot be found. I don't know. Just get shot in the knee. I used to be an adventurer like you. Yeah, until I took an arrow in the knee. All right. Alhoon. An Alhoon? Oh, an Alhoon? Is that what it is? Yeah, let's see. Alhoon. Whoops. Woo wee. Are they a lich? Are they undead? Are they? That's a CR10. Oh, it looks like they're trying. Yeah, I don't know. They're a CR10. What did we do before? I think we did a CR8. Yeah, we can see Alhoon. 4 CR10s. That'll be deadly. Ooh, that's really deadly. All right. Alhoon. All right, cool. Let's do 1d4 plus 1 since we just made that a little bit more difficult. All right. All right, next. The Elithalich is higher CR. All right, we're done. We're moving on. We're going to move on. A beggar man. Ooh. Oh, Viper Venom has an idea. The PCs come across an old beggar man who asks for a large amount of money for medicine. If they refuse, he reveals himself as a brass dragon. What kind of brass dragon? Because there are several types of brass dragons. That might be an ancient brass dragon. Because you said CR20. Yeah, so an ancient brass dragon. Ancient brass dragon who punishes them for... It's not a crime. It's not a crime to not give somebody money. So we're going to say for their heartlessness. There we go. How much money? Asks for... Let's not even make it a lot. It could just be like, I don't know, 250 gold pieces for medicine for his dying daughter. There we go. Let's make it even worse. If they don't give this dude that, then yeah, I can see where he's gonna be like, okay, you are bad people. I'm gonna punish you. All right, cool. Let's go on to the next one. I saw one from Nico. I don't know. That doesn't. We'd have to flesh that out a lot. The party encounters a man claiming he's the most powerful person ever to exist. but he gets kidnapped by kobolds and needs the player's help. He didn't say, oh, we'd have to flesh that out a little bit, dude. Andrew, let me see. A massacred village. Oh. Okay, let's that one's easy. This is like ready to go. Drop, copy, paste. The party stumbles across a massacred village. In the center, they find demons and devils drawing up an alliance. When they see them, they attack. We'll say if they see them. If they see them, let's make it more interesting. They invite the PCs. They invite the PCs to join them. Otherwise, death. So we got CR6s and CR8s. So demons and devils are never going to work together. There's a blood war going on where they're both sides are trying to murder each other. So they're not going to be working together. Let's go with Glabrazu, because Glabrazu demons are the most likely to just slaughter things. Oh, but they're drawing up an alliance. That's interesting. Well, you know what? No. Let's keep that, because that gives the dungeon master, they can come up with a reason why demons and devils would be working together, which might be interesting. So let's leave that alone. But that's way too many, dude. Six Glabrazu and 6 chain devils will be murderous. So we're gonna have to balance that a little bit. If we have 4 of each, see, 4 of each is still deadly, so that's not gonna work. What about 3 and 3? That's not too bad. So what's an average of 3? You can say like 1d4 plus 1. Let's do 1d4 plus 1. So we'll say 1d4 plus 1 Glabrazu and 1d4 plus 1 chain devils. Otherwise, death. All right, next. We got to pick the pace up. We're getting behind. We got to work faster. Next idea. Martin Zemanix. Let's see. Oh. Okay. We're going to say we got a pile of dead bodies. So we'll say the party encounters a pile of dead bodies with a pot of gold on top. With a pot of gold. And we'll say 500 gold pieces on top. If they come with a large pot on top of it, and then we'll say the pot contains 500 gold pieces. They'll think it's a trap for sure. Why wouldn't it be a trap? If they come too close, anyone who comes too close has to succeed on a DC 17 Constitution. I can't spell. Is spell check going to be able to save this for me? Constitution saving throw or become infected by a horrible disease. I don't know what the disease is. We're going to leave that to the dungeon master to figure out. Bailey, hello, welcome. All right, next one. Demi the Podling. A trash golem? Crystal golem. Is there... Okay, that sounds interesting. Let's copy that over. Is this going to work for me? Yay! Crystal golem. Is that a thing? Does that exist? for 5th edition? Nope. No Crystal Golem. Oh, wait. No. Wait. Crystal Golem. It did. Yay! Crystal Golem. That's a CR10. Where's that from? What's the source? Dungeon of the Mad Mage. Okay, cool. It's a CR10. So how many of those could we have? 3 of them? 3 of them's hard. 4 of them? Yeah, let's do 4. This will be a little bit more deadly. So that's going to be like 1d4 plus 2 for this one. All right, so the players enter a store or warehouse trying to find a magical item. There's like quests and stuff that you'd have to set them up for that. When the party enters a random building they come across, they spot a glowing sword on the floor. If touched, it releases a surge of power. Whoops. Animating everything not nailed down to the floor. Animating everything not nailed down into the floor. The animated objects converge into 1d4 plus 2 trash golems. I don't know. Use crystal golem stats. All right, there we go. Done. Trash golems that attack. All right, cool. All right, next. I had missed has. Okay, hold on a second. Has to succeed. Okay, cool. Thanks, buddy. I turned my fan off. Starting to get cold. All right, Finn Armstrong. Oh, this guy hasn't. I haven't picked anything by this guy. Notarius and Brothers. Let's see what we got here. 4 Hellhounds and an Alpha Hellhound. Is there such thing as an Alpha Hellhound? Where's the stat block for that? What's the CR on that? What? Okay. All right, well, let's do this one. We're trying to work through this pretty quickly. So if I come across one that's like very challenging to figure out and implement and I have to do a lot of rework on it, I'm probably going to go to one that's easier for me to just plop in here and keep moving. I want to minimize the amount of rework I have to do on these things. The party finds a pair of kids being beaten by 6 goblins. If they kill the goblins, the kids thank them. And when they aren't on guard, turn back into vampire form and try to rob the PCs. Okay. So how many kids? So first of all, let's do some CRs going on. Give me CRs. When you give me ideas for monsters, if you give me the CR of the monster, that'd be very helpful. Vampire. So let's see. A vampire is CR 13. I feel like 2 of them probably is pretty challenging. That's a hard, yeah. So let's go with 2 of them. So 1d4. I don't know why that would be happening, but... Oh, it says pair of kids. Oh, you did say it. You said 2 of them. Okay. turn back into vampire form and try to rob the PCs. Awesome. Cool. All right. I think that's good. Let's do the next one. Pair means two, Luke. Thank you, Melkor Wiseman. I appreciate that. I figured that out eventually. Ooh. Okay, what's this one? C. Shiva says... Oh, I don't even know what that is. I see something in there about a donut. So I think we're going to use that one. Araziel. I don't even know what the heck that is. We're going to look that up in D&D Beyond and see if we actually... what that is. That's not a monster. You got to help me out here. I can't use that. I need a stat block for that. This idea is on hold. Let's use an angel. Let's some sort of angel. Angels. Death Pact angel? What is that? What is a Death Pact angel? Lawful evil. Ooh. I don't know where did this come from? Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica. Oh, that is interesting. We're going to use a Death Pact angel. That's a CR 14. Let's just have one of them. That's cool. An angel. We're going to say Death Pact angel. On a mission from a deity to buy him a donut and exorcise some rival demons. We're just gonna leave it at that. It's getting too complicated. But where's the tension? Where's the conflict? I don't know what the tension. Where's the conflict on that? Like, why is that a thing? I don't know. There's got to be something going on there. I don't know. We're gonna move on to the next one. Not everything has to be perfect, I guess. I just don't know what I would do with that as a dungeon master if I rolled that on a table. Oh, well, that's interesting. Let's go with that one. Troopmos has an interesting one. The players witness a wounded planetar fall from the sky near the party. All right, works for me. All right, next idea. Ooh. Danny's like, you guys should all like the streamer video if you haven't already. Yeah. Hit the thumbs up button down below. Share it with your friends. Click the subscribe button and stuff. Danny's got to remind us all. Thanks, Danny. Appreciate it. Plug the merch. Plug the merch. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. Okay, so the characters find a magical +3 sword. However, when the sword makes contact with a monster for the first time, it spawns 1d4 young blue dragons and crumbles to dust. All right. Cool. I like it. Another idea. Ooh, that's a cool idea. Joseph Henning's got a good idea. Where is that? Come on. Ah! Oh, that's the wrong one. I copied the wrong one. Here we go. We're almost half done. The party is approached by a group of dwarves asking for help. Their help clearing a mine they were working. Period. It now has 1d6 plus 2 enhanced Medusa. So a CR 6. Sure, that should be fine. I don't know what enhanced Medusa is. It now has 1d6 plus 2 Medusa that they found. It now has 1d6 plus 2 Medusa in it, running about and turning people to stone. Alright, good. Okay, cool. Moving on to the next one. Kelly Preston said, could have a PC in love with an angel and demon, have them fight over them. Okay. Can you flesh that out some? Give me some CRs and stuff. So if this is a random encounter, they come across somebody or something. So I need that to get fleshed out a little bit. Ah, okay, this is interesting. XOXLYSS. I have no idea how to pronounce your name. We have a Tabaxi pirate captain. A Tabaxi pirate captain tries to enlist the PC's help in retrieving treasure that they lost. They don't like water. If they agree, they get a cut. If they disagree, the pirates trail them. Okay. This is kind of like an adventure idea that would need to get fleshed out. But it's interesting. All right, let's see if we got some more ideas here. Okay. XOX like hugs and kisses. Okay. Got it. I'm trying to find one here. All right. We'll do this one. Thank you, Andrew. Copy that guy down there. The party finds an old ancient gold dragon who is convinced that the party are demons in disguise. He wants to enact justice for slaughtering a village. All right, there we go. Perfect. Another idea. A large group of Githyanki get stuck in the material plane and need the PC's help to get back to the astral plane. Oh, that's interesting. Githyanki. Let's see. What are they? Are the Githyanki the bad ones? Or are those the good ones? Githyanki. I think those are the bad guys. Yeah, those are bad guys. Githyanki warriors. So they're like CR3. Oh, there's a Githyanki knight too. Well, Githyanki warriors are CR3. So how many of these would you need to make this interesting? 10 of them. 12 of them. Yeah, we'll go with 12. So it's that. Well, how do you get that? 3D4? What's that average out to be? Or 3D6. 3D6 is going to average, 4D6. 4d6 is roughly 12-ish or so. Probably a little bit more. But that'll work. So we'll say a group of 4d6 Githyanki warriors are stuck in the material plane and need the PC's help to get back to the astral plane. All right. Hasta la pasta, Finn. Oh, Finn's taking off. All right, see you later, buddy. Yeah, we'll do a raid. If there's anybody streaming in about an hour, we'll do a raid on somebody for sure. All right, I need to take a bathroom break, guys. Sorry. I'm gonna toss some music up, put the intermission screen on, stand by, and then we'll be back in just a little bit. All right. There's some music. Should probably turn that up a little bit so you can hear it. All right, that should be good. All right, guys, I'll be back in just a second. I gotta go to the bathroom. I drink too much coffee and stuff. It's horrible. Where is that? There it is. Whee! Alright, we're back, and I'll turn the music off. Alright, cool. Let's pound through this stuff. We're getting close. We're over halfway there. So that's on pace to finish. Where's my thing? Where's my overlay? You're all copy pasting stuff already. They're like, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. Wow. Okay, cool. We're gonna go with that one. Joseph Henning has one. Pop that bad boy in there. A woman approaches the party frantic that her daughter has gone missing. Upon investigation, they discover she wandered into the cemetery and is now hiding from a mummy. Nice. Mummy Lord. CR15 is a Mummy Lord, I believe. All right, another one. Ooh. Ed Robinson has an idea here. A young boy has become bonded to a gray render, CR12. The party meets a group of knights. A group of 3 knights. So let's say 1d6 knights. Led by a warlord. They want to kill the beast, even if it means killing the innocent child. Ooh. And then we'll say the boy is pleading with the knights to let him and his friend go. And then the PCs, the players have to decide who they side with and who they're going to actually help. Cool. What is that? Something about a necromancer? Where was that one? Who had that one? Andrew had this one. All right. The PCs find a friendly necromancer who raised 3d6 skeletons and 2d8 zombies, which follow him. He robs people's graves and is genuinely convinced he's giving them a second chance at life. All right, cool. Next. What was yours, Melkor? I don't even know where it was, dude. You're going to have to do it again. I can't find it. All right, next idea. I don't understand some of these. Some of these I can't understand what they mean. And I'm just like, what is this? I don't understand it. All right. Okay, let's get this one here. So I can't copy. I can't highlight stuff. There we go. 2 ancient red dragons are discovered arguing about the exact shade of red of their scales. Each of them demands the party help settle the argument, but it's impossible to please both. Okay, cool. I like it. Joe M says, that's like an adventure idea, dude. That's like, I want like random encounters, buddy. He's like, he wants to slip in Tomb of Horrors. Like, that's not a random encounter. That is an adventure. That's an entire adventure, man. We're doing random encounter tables. I appreciate the try, though. Cameron F. What was he saying? Ooh. Here we go. An aboleth. Okay, we'll use this one. An aboleth who was turned into a frog tells the party he needs to be kissed by royalty to lift the curse. All right, sure. Let's do it. Ooh, a fusion elemental. A novice wizard's summon elemental spell goes wrong, resulting in a fusion elemental. CR15. Is that... I have not heard of that. Let's see what source that is from. Fusion elemental. Fashion elemental. I didn't find fusion elemental. I did find fashion elemental, though. Wait, where did it go? No, I didn't. It doesn't even exist. I don't have that. I don't even see it. There's no such thing as a fusion elemental. What kind of elementals do we have? Air, fire. Isn't there like a really high level elemental? Melkor Wiseman. Yeah, you should do an adventure prop scream. That's a good idea, dude. Yeah, I agree. That could be fun. There's no such thing as a fusion elemental. So I don't know what this would be. Somebody post an idea for fixing that. to something that exists, and then we could probably use that. A fashion elemental. I know, but I don't know. I don't have a stat block for that. Yeah, adventure ideas would be a great thing, and then we could just have a big, huge list of adventure ideas. Yeah. Yeah. Let me write that down. I want to make sure I get that in my list. Adventure idea live stream. Okay, cool. Yeah, because some of these random encounters are, some of them are like actual adventure ideas. They're not actually random encounters. It's moving around too fast. The characters find a kraken and a leviathan fighting while traveling across the sea. If the characters fail to stop the two from fighting, then they team up and attack the character. Oh, I don't think... They're not going to necessarily team up. There's no motivation for them to team up and attack them. But we could say their combat is making the ocean very turbulent, threatening to sink their ship if the PCs do nothing. There we go. So that is the conflict there. They got to figure out a way to stop that. What did Danny say? Danny says we'll see that in like 5 months. Well, you know, Danny, I don't know what you want me to say. Oh, now Joe M, that's an encounter idea. There you go. Let's use that one. Danny's saying that it takes me too long to like implement their ideas or something. A sinkhole forms under the party, and they fall into a cave with 2 adult rust monsters and a group of 2d10 juvenile rust monsters. Use half hit points for the juvenile rust monsters. Okay. Half hit points of a rust monster. Okay, cool. That's gonna mess them up. Like, even at level 20, that's probably bad news. Let's go that one. Tutmos Tour says, the players witness a cult throw something into the negative plane, releasing a Nightwalker that begins a rampage. Witness a group of, let's say, 2d6 cultists throw an innocent into a portal to the negative plane. There we go. Excellent. All right, next idea. Danny says she's 70% kidding. It's okay. Okay. I mean, like it is a thing that I get lots of suggestions to do things, and like I can only do so much. So yeah. Toxic's leaving. See you later, buddy. All right, Terrace Johnson, what do you got over here? Oh, nice. Okay, cool. This is a good idea. Let's do this. So we have the party encounters a merchant selling a wolf cub. Only the cub is actually the merchant's werewolf child that they are trying to get rid of. If one of the party buys the cub, it bites them. Nice. That's good. What else we got? Ooh, Dire Swift. Hey, what up, dude? Don't spam your stuff, dude. Oh, this sounds interesting. Ed Robinson says, due to a misspelled word in a contract signed in the halls of concordance, a Marut shows up to punish one of the PCs for breaking a contract that they didn't sign. Oh, that's great. I love it. Cool. That's evil, man. Totally evil. Oh, okay, cool. Andrew, we'll use your idea, Andrew. The party's ambushed by a group of 1d6 plus 1 assassins. What's the CR of an assassin? Did you put that in there? Did I totally miss that? No, you didn't. What's the CR of an assassin? I think they're fairly high level. They are 8. Okay, so you said 1d6 plus 2. That averages out to like 4 of them. That's probably about right. Yeah, good, cool, awesome. Oh, 1d6 plus, that's fine. Apparently somebody they killed in the past put his entire net worth as a bounty on their heads in his will. The assassins can be paid off. Cool. Next. Oh, super chat. Who is that? Crit Crab. Thank you. Appreciate the super chat. $5. Very, very much appreciated. Man, I'm getting tired. I'm starting to get tired. Chadwick Strong Pants. Mega Yeets the party into the ethereal plane. They must dab or face the consequences. Okay. Chadwick Strong Pants. That sounds familiar. Is that from like a Puffin Forest video or something? That sounds super familiar. Like I had that from somewhere. I heard that somewhere or something. We're just gonna take that as is. That's pretty funny. All right, cool. Yeah, it's Puffin Forest. Okay, cool. I thought that sounded familiar. I haven't watched a ton of Puffin Forest videos, but that sounded like one that I had watched before. All right, next. The party encounters... Okay. The party encounters what they believe is a starving kobold offering to cast the Men's spell in exchange for food. If the party interacts, an entire horde of kobolds ambush them. So what are they doing? Just like setting up an ambush? I don't know. We're just gonna keep moving. Hey, thank you, Crit Crab. Appreciate it. Says great stream. He got crabs. Little crab emoji. That's awesome, dude. The crab army has arrived. What crab army? Where's the crab army? Okay, let's see. Dire Swift has one. So we'll say an adult blue dragon has a +2 magical sword piercing it to the ground by the tail, making it impossible to move. The dragon cannot remove the sword due to a curse. And then we'll say the players can take it, but there'd be a loose adult dragon. The only thing that I'm thinking, dude, is the players are going to come across and then just kill the dragon and then take the sword. Like, you know, why would you like, oh, we'll have to say the dragon cannot be harmed. Yeah. The dragon cannot remove the sword to the curse, and as long as it's pinned in place, it is immune to all damage and spells. There we go. Crap. Push the wrong button. The players can remove the sword quite easily, but there'd be a loose adult dragon. Okay, cool. Not adult. Let's make it ancient. Ancient blue dragon. Yeah, let's make it an ancient one. That'll make it even more fun for them. Okay, that's cool. Mustafa's got an awesome one. A talking goat explains that it was a warlock polymorphed by its patron after angering him, and the goat wants someone to cast Dispel Magic on it. What would it be? It requires. It's not just super easy. It's not a level 3 spell. It's like a polymorph. So, we'll say Dispel Magic only works if the caster succeeds on a DC 20. What would it be? Spellcasting ability check. There we go. Cool. Gotta make it kind of hard. Oh, hey, we're getting close. Woo! We're getting very, very close. All right, next one. Okay, this is really weird. Viper Venom has a weird one. The PCs run across a sentient sword with arms and legs that communicates telepathically, walking down the road. It's a misplaced modifier. Let's throw that over here. Walking along the road. The sword, we'll say the sword communicates telepathically and engages them in small talk. Yeah, we could say use mage stat block. Okay, sure. Cool. Next. Barking Cricket says, the party encounters a very depressed and very misled, aspiring undead cleric who is in constant danger of healing himself to life. Okay, cool. We can use the War Priest for that one. For that stat block. Alright, let's go. Let's get more stuff! What is that one? Ooh. What is a stone juggernaut? What is a stone juggernaut? I've never even heard of that before. Juggernaut. Wow, it's a thing. Stone juggernaut. It's a thing. What source is that from? Tome of Annihilation, that's why. Okay, challenge level 12. How many of these things? 1d4 you said. Yep, that's probably reasonable. Alright. So let's copy that. Alright. Crap. It's not copying properly. While the party is exploring some old ruins that has many valuable items in organized piles. So we're just going to say the party comes across some old rooms that have many valuable items in organized piles. If the party tries to take any of them, 1d4 stone juggernauts animate from among the ruins and attack them. Any of the items. Alright, cool. Okay, we got what? 4 more? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 more to go! And then we're done. More ideas. Dungeon class. Hey, thank you. Says, love your videos. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Just for that, we're going to use your idea right there. Look at that. He's like, I'm just going to give him a nice compliment and get my idea used. I'm very easy to bribe, dude. Not that you were doing that on purpose, but whatever. A king asks the characters to rid the countryside of a bothersome troll. The players find out the troll is really the king, polymorphed by an evil wizard who took his place. Alright, cool. Works for me. Alright, we got 3 to go. Oh, that's interesting. I don't even know what that means. Teacher's pet. Natalie's calling you the teacher's pet. Oh, that's awesome. Got elements. All right, let's use Melkor's idea. Let's go with this guy right here. 1d10 plus 5 adult elephants charge across the path. The party needs to make DC 15 dexterity saving throws. Oh, come on. Saving throws to avoid trampling damage. They can attack the elephants if they wish, gaining blah 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 gold piece worth of ivory from each kill. Great. Great. We're encouraging people to like attack endangered species. Are elephants endangered? I don't know if they're endangered, but they're probably not doing well because lots of people want to kill them for their tusks. Thanks, Melkor. Encouraging people to do bad things. I'm not gonna put something in here that intentionally TPKs people. Okay. We'll do this one. Andrew's got... This one sounds pretty good. The party finds a beaten up, tired little goblin who tells them that his cave got invaded by an ancient red dragon who killed everyone else inside. The goblin begs the PCs to get revenge. Cool. And the last one. The last one is going to be... And we're going to... A half an hour early. So, yeah, that's cool. We'll probably do some question and answer for a little bit. And then raid a stream. An Astral Dreadnought. Ooh! Astral Dreadnoughts are cool. Let's do that one. I don't understand the slug one. So I keep not picking it because I don't understand what it means. It doesn't make sense to me. Don't know what it means. Where is this? We're just gonna do this Astral Dreadnought thing and call it a day. A portal from the astral plane releases an Astral Dreadnought that attacks. There. It's done. I'm sorry, Cameron. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. So I'm like, I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with it. Holy crap. What, Natalie? What happened? Okay, yes. So check this out, you guys. Andrew says, Luke, thank you for using all 8 of my terrible ideas and making them into something actually good. This made my week. Okay. Yeah, like, okay, Ed Robinson is going to use Cameron's idea in his campaign. Okay, cool. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, so, like, I can't... It's hard to get everybody's stuff in, you know. but I do what I can. All right, so check this out. Yes, somebody asked about whether you're going to be able to get this or not. Yes. So I'm going to upload this chart to my website, thedamlair.com, and you guys are going to be able to get this there as you'll be able to get this for free over there, and you can just get it. So yes, it's not going to be probably usually the next day. Tomorrow morning is when I usually will take care of this sort of thing, and then you guys are going to be able to download this and all that good stuff. So yeah, tomorrow you'll be able to get it tomorrow, and then you'll be able to use it in your games and stuff. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're not done. Dislike. What's somebody dislike? What was I gonna say? Let's do a little bit of Q&A, ask some questions, I'll answer some stuff, and then if that peters out or we get tired or bored of that, we're gonna go raid some streams and stuff. So go ahead and throw some stuff in here. And I'm gonna change my ticker text too. Whoops. We'll stop that. Do-do. 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 Start. There we go. Oh, you're the only mod, Danny? That's cool. We don't need to do the sheets. Like I'll just take questions out of the chat. So don't worry about the sheets. It's okay. It's not a problem. Mist Fate ND says, what is one good reason why I should unsubscribe? Because I haven't had a haircut in like a month, and I need to record my next set of videos like very soon, and I probably am not going to be able to get a haircut because I don't know if like barbershops are even going to be open. Like they might not even accept people because of all the whole virus crap going on. And so I'm probably going to have to cut my own hair or just like film my next set of videos with like long hair. So I would unsubscribe if I were you. It's probably going to be a fiasco. My hair looks fine. Well, it's long for me. I'm used to having like very close trim on the sides and stuff, and this is getting like super long for me. Go long. Have I run a Cyberpunk 2020 game? Nope. All right, Ed Robinson, thanks for hanging out, buddy. You had some really good ideas too, man. I appreciate your contributions. Hey, Ranwin, hello, Ranwin Phoenix. Good to see you. Any chance of you doing another giveaway soon to join in a game with you as a DM? Yes, actually, Ranwin. Yes, I am going to be doing a giveaway. In a few weeks, like 2 or 3 weeks, I'm going to be having another giveaway where my patrons and members can play D&D with me. We just got done doing one, and I played D&D with 4 of my patrons and members. There's a one-shot. It's like a one game session, one-shot. Lots of fun. And in just a few weeks, I'm going to have another one of those. So all of my patrons and members can join in on that and, have a chance to play D&D. So, yes, that will happen again very soon. Dire Swift says, Luke, please say I love TF2. I don't even know what TF2 is, but sure, I love TF2. Dungeon Class. So, regarding one reason I should unsubscribe, Dungeon Class says there isn't one. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Netrius and Brothers says, why didn't you pick my idea? I don't know, dude. There were lots of ideas I didn't pick. Oh, it's a trick question? Okay. Viper Venom says, who is your favorite merch promoter? Danny. Danny all the way. Danny's awesome. I love Danny. She promotes my merch. She always calls me boss, though. Every time she calls me boss, I'm like, okay, sure. All right, Ranwin's cool. Yeah, Ranwin, yeah. When it opens up, sign up for it. You might be able to play D&D with us. Terrace Johnson says, how do you deal with PCs having pets in games? Do you ever put those pets in harm's way? Oh, heck yeah. I put pets in harm's way. Are you kidding me? It's D&D. It's like there's like fireballs going all over the place. There's monsters attacking things. Like your pet is in the middle of combat. It's going to be in harm's way. And it's probably not going to have very many hit points, and it's going to die very quickly. I don't have any. I'm not going to avoid it. I'm not gonna go out of my way to kill your pet. Like, if you have a cat and we all forget that you have a cat, like, I'm not gonna just be like, you know, whatever. But like, if you have your pet and he's there and a fireball goes off, he's probably toast. I've not played Dungeon Mayhem. I don't even know what that is. What's my favorite and least favorite class? Favorite class, Rogue. Least favorite class. Okay, as a player, I love rogues. Paladins are fun. Least favorite class. Monks suck. Rangers suck. Yeah. As a dungeon master, I don't like paladins. Depends on who I am. Melkor Wiseman says, will you do an Irish jig on camera to make us laugh? Sure. Why not? Hold on a second. Let me see how I do that. I got to get this chair out of the way, probably. I don't even know how to do an Irish jig. Oh my gosh. Look at my cat, Squeaky. You guys check this out. Look at him. He's just sitting. He's just lying here. Squeaky, what's going on down here? He's just lying here. Look at his big fluffy belly. Look at this guy. Squeaky, what is going on? Squeaky. What a goofball. All right, Irish jig. I don't even know how to do that. All right, we're going to do something. I'm going to do something. All right, I need this out of the way. All right, come on, Squeaky. There we go. How's this? We'll just do like a... Yeah, that's what you get. I don't know how to dance. I do not know how to dance. He'd like ask me to dance. It's horrible. All right, what else we got? If you would give advice to a new DM, what would it be? Dude, like, that's my whole channel. my whole channel is advice for dungeon masters and experienced ones, sure, but mostly for novices and stuff like that. So like, my advice would be to watch my videos, I guess, ask questions in live streams and stuff like that. Melkor Wiseman says that's enough to make me laugh, so I'll give you a pass. Yeah, you like watching like a grown man look like an idiot because he doesn't know how to dance, dude. Someone clip that. Yeah, totally, dude. I don't know how you can clip stuff, but we got it on video. Yeah, you got it on video. Thutmoose Taurus says, what do you think about players keeping secrets from other players? Like a player secretly playing a changeling or a specific class. I don't have a problem with it as long as it's not being done to screw the other players over. As long as it's not going to cause a problem for the game down the road, I think it's fun. It could be cool. I don't have a problem with it. Monks are pretty Monks are just dumb. They're like, bleh. Oh, Ranwin's like, what's wrong with monks? Okay, Ranwin, you want to know what's wrong with monks? I'll tell you what's wrong with monks. In my opinion, so when I look at a monk, I see someone who usually has a very poor armor class, doesn't do a lot of damage, and doesn't have a lot of hit points. So they're going into the front lines, they're getting beat on, they die quickly, they don't have enough hit points, and their damage output is very bad. Monks are just not good. They're very weak as a class. Yeah, there's no redeeming quality. The only redeeming quality about a monk is stunning fist or stunning strike, whatever they want to call it these days. That's the only thing about a monk that's any good. Everything else is just meh. Every time I have seen a monk in a game, they've always just sucked, and they lag behind everybody else in every measurable like stat or you know something. I don't know. Stunning strike. Okay, cool. Do I like jazz? I don't think so. Monks used to be overpowered. Oh, that's interesting. I'm just looking at my dance right now. That was so bad. That was the worst dance in the world. Super chats get me to dance again. Pay me, and I'll keep doing stupid stuff. What is the best type of D&D player? I don't think so. Viper Venom. I don't think that there's like a specific best type of D&D player. My players, I have a wide variety of players and types and personalities and stuff like that. And I think, it would be much easier for me to tell you the worst type of player and give you some examples of bad players or things that bad players do. That would be much easier for me to answer. I don't know. Players that show up, have fun, don't cause troubles, enjoy themselves, and contribute positively to the game table. They contribute positively to the whole everybody having fun and stuff. I don't know. I don't know what that was. Creative players? Yeah, it's fun. Natalie, go get some sleep. You're getting sleepy. Don't tell Natalie to get some sleep. We're gonna raid. Is anybody live streaming? We're gonna raid somebody in like just a little bit here. Don't want to miss anything. Yeah, you don't want to miss anything. Oh, I got a cat. I got a cat on the camera. Who's that? That's Squeaky. He's doing a cat loaf over there. Nice. It's very, very nice. My Feather Flame. My favorite class is probably a rogue to play as. That's cool, Ranwin. Dude, if you like playing monks, then don't listen to me. If you find them enjoyable and stuff, then rock on. That's just my personal preference. That's just my thoughts. You know what I mean? And you know, don't let me tell you to not play your favorite class. Ta-da. I'm running out of questions. We're going to end this stuff if we don't have any other questions from folks. No, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I think there is a lot of monk hate, and I think it's justified in my opinion. What homebrew rule is my players' favorites? I think they like the favor. No, not the favor. The luck points. Luck points are probably something they like a lot. My favorite multi-class combo. So you guys are asking me player questions. I'm not a player. I don't play the game a whole. I'm not a player very often. I'm almost always a dungeon master. So I can't so I'll watch there are lots of other YouTube channels, you know, like the Dungeon Dudes, and they'll talk about like, you know, the 10 best feats to have or all this types of stuff. And like I can't do videos like that because I don't know that stuff. Like I'm not using feats really. I'm not doing a lot of these things because I'm not a player. I don't do multi-class combos. My players do, and I, you know, experience it a little bit, but I'm not doing that stuff myself. And so that sort of thing like lies outside of my realm of expertise, you know, and I don't know. How would you fix the monk class? I don't care. Play a rogue. Play a rogue and call yourself a monk. Done. Fixed. Like, why do we need all those options? You could just say I'm a rogue and you flavor yourself as a monk, but you use the rogue game mechanics, and I think it would work just fine. Melkor says, "What would monk class need to make it balanced and worth playing? Can it be compensated for by a magic item?" You shouldn't need to have to use a magic item to make it worth playing. What I have found a monk's issue is that they usually have low armor class. Like, your armor class is going to be your dexterity plus your wisdom and then 10. So like if you start off with like a +3 and a +3, you have like a 16 armor class. That's pretty bad. For a frontline fighter, that's bad. That's really low, and you're going to get hit a lot. And I think you get 1d8 hit points. So you have low hit points. You need to have a high dexterity. You need to have high constitution. You need to have high wisdom. And then, like, well, if you're going to be a melee fighter, well, they'll use your dexterity for that. So you got 3 stats that you need to have fairly high. Okay? Dexterity, Constitution, and Wisdom in the game. And the other ones you probably don't need to have very high. Now, there are other classes, like if you look at a lot of other classes, like a wizard, what does a wizard really need? Intelligence and Constitution. Dexterity is probably going to help a little bit, you know. So I don't know. A monk just doesn't cut it for me. I don't know how to fix them. What spell do your players feel the most that you use on them? I don't know. I use the same spells on them that they use on me. Animate objects, fireball. I'll use Wall of Force and stuff on them. I don't know. I don't know that I spam spells too much. Somebody's asking me about something from Critical Role. I don't watch Critical Role that much at all, ever. I've watched like a couple episodes, but that's it. I don't have time to watch stuff. It's a lot of time. Phoenix Ward, that's a pretty good question. How can you tell as a DM that your players like playing with you? I get compliments right after a game, but after it's like they could care less when to schedule the next session. Oh, that's really interesting. So, in my opinion, players verbally telling you that they like the game session, it's really hard to tell if it's true or not, because it's oftentimes just considered a social courtesy to say, hey, thank you for running the game, I had fun. And if you ask them, hey guys, are you having fun? Again, it's a social courtesy to say, yeah, I had fun. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they actually had fun or that they had enough fun to keep coming back and playing. So I think when I consider, like, are my players enjoying the game, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to be observing them during the game. Do I see them smiling? Do I see them laughing? Does it look like they're having fun? Or are they on their phones or goofing around or having side conversations or not paying attention and stuff? So the observation is one of the ways that I'm going to see if I think they're having fun or not. If your players aren't paying attention and they're on their phones, they're probably doing that because they're a little bored and they're not having as much fun as they otherwise could. So that's one thing. The other thing that I do is I'll send out an anonymous survey, like by SurveyMonkey, to get my players' feedback. When it's anonymous, there's a lot more freedom to tell you the truth and to tell you what they actually think. So that's something else I do. And then if they keep coming back to the game, like, do they keep coming back to play? Or are they suddenly busy and never have time to play the game? Sometimes being busy is a thing, but sometimes being busy is an excuse because they don't actually want to play the game anymore. So there are some thoughts for you. Joe M says, you were honestly the best DM I've had since 1996. Oh, and before that, 1986. Okay, cool. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Joe M is one of my Ancient Dragon players. He plays with us twice. We have a game tomorrow. Yeah. We're going to be playing tomorrow. Barking Cricket says, content players. They bring pizza, latch onto plot hooks, and stick with the prepared storyline. I appreciate players like that. Players who bring me pizza or beer, very much appreciated. And yeah, they cooperate with the DM, they cooperate with other players, and they make the game run smoothly and stuff. That's pretty cool. Dire Swift says, is there a monster you deem too powerful to ever be against your parties? No, never. No! I thrive on throwing very challenging things at my players and letting them figure out how to overcome those challenges or die in the process. Joe can attest to that. Remember the Elflings? Tell them about the Elflings. Haha. What are the pitfalls of running a horror game? I don't know of any. My favorite underused monster. Let me think of a monster I haven't used enough. Rust Monster. There you go. Phoenix Ward. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Absolutely. They seem engaged, but also seem lazy to come again unless their parents schedule something. Oh, you're playing with kids. Okay, so, yeah. I play with kids too. I have a youngling group. They're about 14 or 15 years old right now. And, yeah. I get it. I wouldn't worry about it too much. They're kids, you know. Yeah. That's all I got. It's like I was about to say something really like deep and inspiring, and then I just lost it. I'm like, that's all I got. I'm done. Highland Brewing Company in Asheville, North Carolina. Interesting. Andrew says, do you mind characters occasionally stealing from NPCs? Yeah. No, I don't. NPCs are there to be screwed with. Like if your PCs want to cause a little bit of mischief in the world, the NPCs are there. And if they occasionally steal from one, not a big deal. If the whole game revolves around the rogue trying to steal from people, and and then everything is him trying to steal from people, well, then there are other players at the table who aren't getting to play the game potentially, and it'll get a little bit old. But every so often, that's not a problem. That's just fun. My favorite color, blue. Joe M says, those elflings were brutal, but the party having a loud conversation outside of the lair of a hag and not doing any squad tactics for entering and clearing a room didn't help. Absolutely. 100%. You really, so like, this is something you guys are probably going to eventually figure out or need to figure out, but having some conversations ahead of time about how you're going to approach an encounter or something, planning some stuff out is going to help you in those combats, because things aren't going to get easier. Like, as you get higher in the higher levels, like the encounters are just going to, the challenge is going to, you're going to run into some nasty stuff, so you want to have some conversations about like tactics and stuff like that. Have I ever made a homebrew monster? Can you briefly describe it? I have. I made like a giant ink hag once. I don't make a whole lot of homebrew monsters. I made like a big giant ink hag once. And I made some special game mechanics for it. I don't remember the details. It was a while ago. So that's going to be my description. It was a giant ink hag. Yeah, there's no giveaway tonight. Here's the thing, Danny. Like, I like doing these giveaways, but it takes me forever to send out the stuff that people won because I have so much going on. And so my rule is that until I ship what the last person won, I don't do another giveaway. Otherwise, I'm going to like have a pile of giveaways I have to do. So like, yeah. All right, guys, is anybody streaming right now? Do we have anybody streaming? We're going to raid somebody. Is anybody on YouTube streaming? Any people that are in the D&D niche or something? I don't want to just... Oh, Nerdarchy. Is Nerdarchy on? Holy crap. Let's. I'm going to go... It looks like they're streaming. Yeah, it says they're live now. Oh, they're playing it's a D&D game. Is anybody else besides Nerdarchy on? They're playing a D&D game. They're playing a D&D game. I say that as if it's a bad thing. I think that's it. I see Nerdarchy, but... Okay, Natalie, see you later. All right. Let's hit Nerdarchy up. Okay, guys, this is what we're doing. We're going to raid Nerdarchy. This is basically what we do. We're all just going to go over there. We're going to hop into their stream, and we're going to say something like, greetings from the DM Lair. You've been raided. That's it. And then hang out with them for a little bit. Be cool, be chill. We're not there to, like, be jerks, right? Good raid etiquette, if you would. And that's it. We're going to pop over there. So, yeah, let's go do that. I want to see what they do. Hold on. I gotta put my headphones on so I can hear them.
I was lucky.
All right, I'm over there.
So Rarick, you are up.
You did not take damage.
I no
You
longer.
don't want that. All right, cool. I'm over there, and then I'm going to unmute this so I can hear them. All right, head over there. Head over there and raid them. Raid! Yeah. Dude, we're going to Nerdarchy, man. Go raid Nerdarchy. I don't think they've noticed yet. I don't think they've noticed. I don't think they've noticed. They haven't said anything yet. Yeah, I know. Oh! I know. They're focusing on their game. How are they doing that? Wow. Yeah! Been raided! That's awesome. Alright, they've noticed it. Oh, my cat, looking squeaky. Alright, guys, I'm going to get out of here. We're going to sign off with a little bit of squeaky action here. And we'll see you next week, next Friday, another stream, all that good stuff. Might have a lunch stream as well. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. Look at it. He wants attention. He wants attention. Alright, guys, we'll see you later. Thank you for hanging out with me and the stream. And I'm going to sign out. I'll get out of here. I gotta find my button. I gotta find my stop button. In stream.